and feel the presence of the Lord. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
The question of
Dear
God
Lord
is
God,
a question of
thank you
origin
for this day.
and of human
Thank you for
existence.
the good weather, for the food we eat, and for the protection that you always provide us. We give you praise, God. Thank you for everything. Lord, we ask for your forgiveness for all of our shortcomings and sins. May you give us wisdom to learn and understand all of our lessons, and give us courage and strength to face all the challenges in this life. Kindly keep your people with guidance and protection with this pandemic. We ask you to guide all the groups that will be presenting today, as well as the professors and panelists. May you grant this, Lord God, for each and every one of us. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen. Good morning, class. Good morning, once. Okay.
Good morning po,
Yes,
sir.
please. Okay. Um, Welcome to our online mini conference. And the flow of our conference today is we will start with the paper Facebook Addiction and Mental Health, an Analysis of Correlation, authored by Roland Carlos Sabroso, to be presented at 7:15 to 7:45 a.m., to be followed by the group of Izel, Hannah, Justine, Abigail, and Erica, a paper entitled Fat Shaming, Does It Have Logical Grounding or a Mere Idiocy? And after that, we will be having a break of 15 minutes. Then we'll resume on at 8:30 to and the paper to be presented during this time up to 9 a.m. Would be the effects on online learning brought by COVID-19 on college students' mental health, authored by Lian, Jerry, Alexandra, Camille Angela, and Chini Michaela. Then, the last but not the least, at 9 a.m. to 9:30 a.m., a paper to be presented by the group of Roslyn, Marian, Dalia, Althea Carissa, and Ayen Belinda. The paper entitled Poor Households During Pandemic in the Philippines. So this is how we are going to do. You are given 15 minutes to present, and if ever some of our panelists will be coming in, they are given up to uh, 10 minutes of questioning your paper. And if ever they are not coming, then I will be the one to panel your presentation. Okay? Any question or clarification before we proceed? And by the way, I do not have your. Let me see if you have the videos already in my um, Google Drive, because the last time I have no record of your pre-recorded video. I still have one here, so definitely you're going to present your video in your own gadget, in your own laptop. I only have here huntahan, okay, and also fat shaming, okay. So the other four wala pa, and the other shall say, let me see also the um, term paper, because the last time I only have four. Still now I still have four. Okay, I do not know how if it is really just four, because we are almost 50, so 4 times 5, that is only 20 na. So I still want your paper to be in, okay, today. Okay, shall we have now our first presenter, Roland. Roland Sabroso, the virtual floor is yours. Okay, by the way, class, I will be posting later on in our chat box the link for the recitation, because this is part of your final exam. Your attendance is still checked. Roland, please come in. Okay. Roland is not yet here, so we'll proceed to the second presenter. The topic entitled Fat Shaming. Does it have logical grounding or a mere idiocy? Okay, the virtual floor is yours now.
Yes po, sir. Sir, naririnig po ba?
Hindi. Uh, Try presenting it using tab, not the whole screen, so that
Okay
the
po.
sound can be heard. Wala pa ring sound. Is I think that video is in my Google Drive. Do you want me to play that video?
Yes po, sir. Sorry po.
Sige, sige. Okay. Okay, sound check first. Okay, first is can you see my screen now?
Yes po, sir.
Sound check, is the sound okay?
Clear din po, sir.
Okay, sige. Let us start now.
Are you feeling motivated these days? Do you feel bad about your body? What does other people tell you about your physique? Do you want to know the truth behind fat shaming? If you do, join us. Does fat shaming have logical groundings, or is it just a mere idiocy? Greetings. I am Miss Mabunga, together with Miss Bobila, Miss Gabillan, Miss Ortega, and Miss Pastor. We will take you to the boundaries of fat shaming.
People with obesity often report experiences of weight-related discrimination, stereotyping, and subsequent stigmatization in all social realms. Weight stigma generally refers to social disapproval of people who are overweight. Fat shaming, a form of weight stigma, has been shown to cause individuals to develop or maintain obesity, as well as countless physical and psychological health concerns. Apparently, proponents of fat shaming often suggest that it can be a useful tool of social control to discourage unhealthy behaviors and improve the health of stigmatized individuals. This has been debated, with some theorizing that these individuals are not innocent victims, but as architects who are responsible for their own ill health, and thus they will act to change their behaviors to avoid being neglected in the social norms. Furthermore, others claim that fat shaming is not merely cruel but a solution to combat the rampant epidemic of obesity. On the contrary, this consensus is challenged by scientific evidences. Research suggests that fat shaming is more harmful than helpful. Critics of fat shaming argue that this practice is actually counterintuitive. They assert that this is not a beneficial tool in reducing obesity rates.
Fat shaming has significantly evolved through the years as a social problem and public health concern. This study aims to seek, highlight logical evidences, assumption, and discourse about fat shaming. This data is a statement of the problem that tackles the question: does fat shaming and weight stigma as a reasonable a logical basis relevant to solution about combating the obesity epidemic in such a way that shaming obese and overweight people is acceptable and sufficient to motivate them for their desired changes, or rather, it is a mere agency on a form of social injustice that does not have any involvement towards achieving the holistic solution, but an issue that needs multi-level attention in the obesity field.
The hypothesis in this study. We hypothesize that fat shaming and stigmatizing practices have no justifiable conformity in addressing obesity as a societal and public health problem. It further threatens the psychological and physical health of obese individuals and impedes the implementation of effective efforts in the prevention measures. For our method, thematic analysis is applied to provide a rich and detailed yet complex account of data from obtaining existing literatures and evidences in computerized medical and social science database, which exhibits a comprehensive and systematic review that can potentially shed light in the study and help gather different kinds of standpoints in the context of fat shaming.
The results of our study showed that over the years, the society has changed its standards in terms of its acceptance of physical appearance, from perceiving someone with a large physique as admirable to viewing them as someone who is lesser than other people. These phases have both been causing and forcing people to detrimentally change their physical appearance that leads to increased development of negative lifestyle habits. Fat shaming is viewed by some as a form of motivation that can solve the obesity epidemic. In articles and systematic reviews, they claim that obesity and fat shaming is the way to motivate these individuals to lose weight, eat well, and be healthy, making these assumptions viewed as a beneficial incentive and an acceptable form of prejudice that in America, weight stigma remains socially and legally acceptable. In the field of health, the effect of balancing weight regulation and diet management provokes a longer viability. Studies illustrate that fat shaming can be an opposite factor regarding the positive outlook of healthcare for the majority's benefit, and that victims of this matter will manufacture hope, absorb the will to live longer, and accept a hopeful point of view of their own future. Media is one of the largest culprits of weight stigmatization. Media strengthens negative stereotype associations
and exposes implicitly numerous weight bias, making the stigma socially acceptable. It is reached by a vast amount of people, hence they can easily throw remarks regarding one's appearance. The more the public sees these messages, the more the practice of fat shaming will be adopted as normalcy. However, many significant contributors to obesity are beyond the control of individuals. Health-wise, it is a fact that being overweight or obese imposes life-threatening illnesses and issues such as further blaming them for what they have become not really leads to motivation in some. Weight stigma causes physical problems and it can also change the physiological and behavioral characteristics of individuals. As a social problem, it has been given little attention. It is a social problem in a manner that it became a stigma, prejudice, and discrimination. Moreover, fat shaming has been confirmed to be associated with a number of mental and physical health outcomes, which leads to human degradation. Lastly, weight discrimination has been greatly observed for many years and is even made legally to happen in other countries, which further instigates the freedom of people to easily treat overweight and obese people unfairly. In the Philippines, discrimination can be observed in normal situations under the eye of the law that can greatly affect one's daily activities, such as being rejected to ride some public utility vehicles due to their size. Other than policies that are against discrimination in the work setting, policymakers should also spend more time in developing obesity prevention policies rather than focusing on protecting the food and restaurant industry from civil injury. Several studies also argued that the food environment is to blame for this issue and the implication that this environment also needs to be addressed.
By conferring to the basis of current findings and evidence, we propose that weight stigma, in which fat shaming is relevant, is not a justifiable and beneficial public health tool in addressing the obesity epidemic, suggesting that fat shaming is more harmful and advantageous. Although this is a sensitive and opinionated issue that has been roaming around, the conviction about excessive body weight shaming can ameliorate health problems has no motivational effect in combating obesity. It is concluded that this matter bears a serious implication of human equity and moral justice. This study extends previous researches by exemplifying the detrimental effects of fat shaming, such as linking the history behind it, connecting the obesity epidemic, empowering human justice, dominating laws related to fat shaming, and emphasizing the dilemma it produces in the digital media. Obesity is preventable and manageable, but it takes a shift in perspective as well as empathy towards people living with obesity in order to make this fight successful. There are also various implemented resolutions that the WHO Europe proposed wherein it concludes different ways and through several policy frameworks to ensure that weight bias and obesity stigma among children and adults are addressed appropriately. As stated, such issues are achieved through applying a life course approach while empowering people in a way that officials monitor and respond to the impacts of weight-based bullying, assessment of current health promotion strategies, and creating new standards for the portrayal and characterizations of individuals with obesity across the media. Moreover, there is a need to strengthen people-centered health systems and public health by supporting the needs of people with obesity by integrating health models and chronic care frameworks.
Now, we are all aware that fat shaming can make sense in terms of healthcare concerns.
That will be all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for this wonderful presentation of this paper, fat shaming. Okay, so um, our panelists are not yet here, so I will be the one to panel now your um, presentation. Okay, first one, um, it is, shall we say, it is somewhat a good paper. Yeah, it is somewhat a good paper because the title itself is really looking into an analysis of fat shaming, whether it has a logical grounding or it is just a mere idiocy. So the title itself is really giving us the idea that the focus of fat shaming can be either beneficial or harmful. Um, in your presentation, you mentioned two objecting views about fat shaming. One is that it can be beneficial, okay, in a way that when somebody fat shames an obese, okay, individual, then it can really have that, shall we say, idea of the obese individual would go into a diet because of fat shaming. So that is the positive, shall we say, effect of fat shaming. The other one is that you mentioned about the harmful effect of fat shaming. Now, you want to weigh whether or not fat shaming has a more, shall we say, harmful effects rather than, shall we say, than its um, good effect towards the epidemic of obesity. And on the last part, before the very end of this topic, you mentioned that fat shaming has really making sense in terms of healthcare. Um, it means to say that if it is making sense, then it is gearing towards the good effect towards heart, towards uh, fat shaming, meaning to say that the individual are encouraged to go on a diet, okay, because he is being controlled by somebody who would be fat shaming him or her if he or she continues to be obese. That is the connection that we can actually establish into healthcare. Whereas when you're talking about the harmful effects of fat shaming, then there would be a disconnect now between the act of fat shaming and healthcare. So you are now gearing towards, shall we say, the good effect of fat shaming. Now, my question here is that I sense that along the way, okay, all over your paper, you just mentioned, shall we say, different sources, okay, different articles. You are doing qualitative method of research, but I cannot see um, the logical implication or the critical thinking implication here. When we say critical implication, it must be coming from a logical foundation. And when we look at logical foundation, when we look at reasoning, there are three things: deductive, inductive, and abductive. Which of the three uh, you are implementing in your paper? I suggest also that the presenters, if your webcam is functioning well, you have also to open your webcam. Anybody from the group?
Hello, sir. Good morning.
Yes, please.
Um,
Aisel, go ahead.
I think we have start out with deductive reasoning because we have started with a general statement, and then we have examined the possibilities to reach the specific conclusion, which is that there is no the fat shaming is not a sociable acceptable prejudice, but it causes more harmful po in social norms.
Okay. In what way that it becomes deductive? Can you show me the argument, please? What is that general statement or the major premise that we can get from your presentation? Then we have also to move into the minor premise and we will check your conclusion. Kasi parang bitin no? I sense na parang bitin sa ang daming mga data na dapat you have, shall we say, you have laid out, but it is as if na parang tumalon kayo, no? Na nagkaroon ng ilang talon, kaya parang nagkaroon ng itong part is bitin kasi tumalon sa kabila, itong part bitin kaya tumalon sa kabila. That is why nagulat ako sa ending statement that fat shaming has something in relation to healthcare. Kasi if it is harmful, then it should not have any relation to healthcare because it is harmful. So it means to say, there is now an opposition between your claim that it is harmful and shall we say the claim that it has connection to healthcare, because if it is harmful it should not be part of the entire system of healthcare, pero yung ending nyo is meron siyang connection sa healthcare, so dapat hindi sa harmful. That is why I am asking you, will you please plot out your deductive argument?
Maybe the major premise po, sir, is
Sige.
that fat shaming is justified as a motivational comment to urge people to improve their diet.
Okay, justified comment to improve
Their diet.
Okay, to improve diet. Okay, now what is your minor premise now? Do you have specific examples, individuals who are into fat shaming?
Sir,
Yes, please, Justine.
can we rephrase that po?
Okay, Aisel said that the general statement is fat shaming is a justified comment to improve diet. Okay. What would be your minor premise here?
Sir, I would like to rephrase the first major premise, sir.
So you do not agree with Aisel?
Right now po, meron lang po akong complete proposition.
Go ahead.
Yes po. Fat shaming is an epidemic, but
Okay.
obesity relates to fat shaming. Therefore, fat shaming is an epidemic.
Fat
Yes,
shaming. Fat shaming. What is your major premise? Fat shaming
an epidemic po.
is an epidemic.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
and your minor premise?
But obesity relates to fat shaming.
Obesity relates to fat
Fat
shaming.
shaming. Yes, sir.
Okay, then
Therefore, fat shaming is an epidemic.
so what is your middle term? It should be fat shaming. Fat shaming is an epidemic. Obesity relates to fat shaming. Therefore, your uh
Therefore, obesity is an epidemic. Sorry, sir.
okay, obesity
Sorry
is
po.
an okay, obesity is
An
an
epidemic.
epidemic.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Um by way of formal sequence, pwedeng lumusot ito, no? Pero if you're going to evaluate the material sequence here, is it true that fat shaming is an epidemic? Or you just want to, shall we say, to let obesity to have that conclusion to be an epidemic? Because if it is an epidemic, then what is the basis of this epidemic, fat shaming? It might be that obesity is an epidemic, okay? But on the first place, is fat shaming an epidemic? Can we say that fat shaming is an illness that is uncontrollable, almost uncontrollable, like COVID-19 we are experiencing now? Is it the kind of degree we have for people who are, shall we say, into fat shaming? Justine?
Yes, sir. Sorry po. Yes, sir. We believe that fat shaming has sadly becoming an epidemic kasi po in relation to the lifestyle.
In relation to the lifestyle, it is obesity. But fat shaming is not in relation to lifestyle. It is an act of the person that is somewhat an assault to those who are into having obesity as a lifestyle. Is it an illness? When somebody is do you consider that fat shaming is an illness so that it can be an epidemic? Okay, anyone in the group, can we consider fat shaming as an illness? An
Sir,
illness that can
um,
actually have the shall we say, character of becoming uncontrollable later on, or maybe now becoming, shall we say, an epidemic that is uncontrollable on the degree like COVID-19?
Sir,
Yes, please, Abigail.
fat, sha- fat shaming is not an illness po, but obesity is.
Nag-usap-usap pa kayo? Kasi kayo-kayo na rin ang nagbabanggaan ng idea dito, na? Aisel talks about fat shaming is justified comment to improve diet. Pero it is objected by Justine that fat shaming is an epidemic. Now here comes Abigail. You're talking that fat shaming is not an illness so that it can result into an epidemic. Alin dito ang papaniwalaan ko ngayon? Tatlo ito. Ito yung tawag ito. Ito yung dapat tiningnan nyo when you present a paper, especially when you are trying to engage in logical, uh, shall we say, argument, no? It must be clear that you can present the argument in an analytical way, using either deductive, inductive, or deductive, or abductive rather. Okay. Um, I appreciate the kind of literature that you have, shall we say, dig up to support your hypothesis. And there's some kind of truth to what you say about fat shaming, the good effect of it, or and also the bad effect of it. But it is not actually inclusive. Okay, upon reading your paper and upon watching, hearing your presentation and your explanation, it is not really exclusive whether fat shaming is beneficial or not beneficial for those people who are obese. What you have established is that it is now a general knowledge that obesity is really, in a some perspective, okay, um, needs health intervention, healthcare intervention, okay, and on that degree of healthcare intervention, you're talking about it must be immediate because this is now a pandemic, no? So obesity is a pandemic. Okay, you have established that particular fact. What you have established is that whether or not fat shaming is must be really part of healthcare. Kaya nagulat ako from the opposing views that you have made in your paper, at bigla nyong parang nagkaroon kayo ng cut, okay, sa dulo na fat shaming is related, okay, to healthcare, when in fact majority of your, shall I say, claim in your paper is that fat shaming has harmful effects, okay, to individuals who are obese. So if it is, shall we say, um, harmful, it should not be part of the healthcare system. Okay? Pero as if you want to put fat shaming as part of the healthcare system to solve this epidemic of obesity.
Sir, I'm sorry
Yes,
for the
please.
confusion. Sorry for the confusion, sir, but I think Justin wants to tell that my public health implications sa healthcare, like it needs to be prioritized. Not kasi may nabasa po kaming articles po kasi na fat shaming is relevant in the healthcare setting wherein they use this as kumbaga motivation din or pantakot sa patients. Pero hindi po namin sinabi po na may beneficial po siya sa healthcare po. Like confusion lang po ata yung na-conclude ni Justin po.
So walang ano to, wala pang hold tong paper ninyo kung ganon.
Meron po, sir. Ano lang po yun, parang statement lang po yung sa huli for ano lang po.
Yes, pero you cannot just set aside any statement because every word counts in your claim for the paper.
Okay. I'm sorry, sir. Tanggalin naman po namin. I-edit.
Okay, ganito na lang, no, para maano natin. is I want you to somewhat revise your paper, and please inculcate there the argument. I want to see the argument in a way that is uh, logical, okay, so that your conclusion would be seen as concrete, and not anymore having any confusion, because this one that the kind of presentation that you are shall we say dealing with uh, is actually giving the reader and the hearer, okay, the one watching, and now we are live, okay, on YouTube, okay, and that is not okay, that is not something that you must be ashamed of, because this is a good paper. The only thing is that there is something in your paper that you lack, and that is the shall we say the mastery of presenting it in a manner that it must be logical. Okay, so I want you to revise your paper, pull out your paper from my Google Drive, and shall we say smoothen it with the kind of presentation that is logical. Use either inductive, deductive, or I suggest do not use abductive, because you cannot really have, shall we say, a very good, shall we say, presentation, especially for this case of fat shaming. Okay, and do not be, shall we say, tempted to focus on obesity. Um, the I think the 40% of your paper actually talks about obesity. Okay, um, in your revision, I want you to focus on fat shaming itself. Okay, and use obesity as just a tool. Okay, to reach your shall we say claim that fat shaming has something to do with healthcare, because that is what you want to shall we say proceed, no? You want to use fat shaming as a form of a tool for healthcare. Okay, I want you to, and but be shall we say cautious about how people would do fat shaming in a way that it should be part of healthcare, and what kind of fat shaming that must be avoided, that must not be part of healthcare. Okay, so dapat magiging malinaw yon. Paano mo masasabi na yung classmate mo ay nagfa-fat shaming in a way na it is part of the healthcare method? Okay, at paano mo rin masasabi na yung classmate mo ay nagfa-fat shaming na hindi pasok sa healthcare method? Okay? Doon papasok yung analysis ninyo, at doon papasok na pwede kayo mag-conclude na fat shaming has a logical grounding, at hindi ito idiocy. Okay? Kasi pag sinabi yung fat shaming tapos related sa healthcare, then makikita mo na it is beneficial. Okay? Pero pag sinabi mong hindi ito related sa healthcare, then fat shaming would end up to be idiocy. Do you get my point?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I would like to say congratulations for this nice paper. Okay, the only thing is that kailangan nyo lang magiging konkreto ito. Okay? Gusto ko lang maging konkreto ito kasi napakalaki ng potential ng paper na ito, and fat shaming is actually an issue already, no? And this is a topic that nobody has done, okay, in the past, okay, and maybe this is the first time that fat shaming is being addressed, and I want you to be concrete in addressing the issue on fat shaming. Okay, fat shaming and also obesity. Okay, but use obesity as your tool, okay, so that you can come up with a very good argument for fat shaming to be part of the healthcare system.
Understood po, sir.
Okay, and also you can also pull out the video, okay, and try to edit it, I will give you up to uh, 22 on Monday, no? Because 23 is the start of the second block, up to 22 of February, no? Before the start of our uh, second block. Okay, so full paper as well as the video presentation, all revised. Okay, February 22. Any question or clarification or concern from the first group presenting this paper? Okay.
No more.
Okay,
Thank
thank you.
you.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, let us proceed now to the second paper. Let me check if Roland is here. Roland, are you around? Roland? Not yet. Okay, so let us continue though. Before having a break, okay, let us have the second paper to be presented by the authors Lian, Jerry, Alexandra, Camille Angela, and Chini Michaela. The paper entitled The Effects of Online Learning Brought by COVID 19 on College Students' Mental Health. Presenters, the virtual floor is yours.
Good day. We are the group Huntahan, and we are here to present to you our term paper entitled The Effects of Online Learning Brought by COVID-19 on College Students' Mental Health. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, there have been a lot of changes in how we live our life, and one of which is the abrupt shift to online settings of learning have made students go through challenges. These challenges include increased workload, unstable internet connectivity, anxiety of being left behind, demands of both schoolworks and responsibilities at home, and lack of socialization that could lead to lack of communication with other people. With that being said, there are a lot of social and environmental. Good day. We are the group of Huntahan, and we are here to present to you our term paper entitled The Effects of Online Learning Brought by COVID-19 on College Students' Mental Health. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, there have been a lot of changes in how we live our life, and one of which is the abrupt shift to online settings of learning have made students go through challenges. These challenges include increased workload, unstable internet connectivity, anxiety of being left behind, demands of both schoolworks and responsibilities at home, and lack of socialization that could lead to lack of communication with other people. With that being said, there are a lot of social and environmental factors that could negatively affect students' mental health, especially college students. Hence, for this term paper, The investigators seek to explore the problem or the statement of the problem. Does the online setting learning due to COVID-19 increase the anxiety and depression level of college students? Also, the study seeks to explore the sub-questions of the statement of the problem, which are: first, is there really an association between the social and environmental factors in the online setting of learning to the increased anxiety and depression levels of college students? And second, is there a valid reason for these factors that indeed influences the anxiety and depression levels of college students? Also, the study also hypothesized that the social and environmental factors of online learning are associated with the anxiety and depression levels of college students. Without a doubt, the COVID-19 pandemic caused the absence of the ability of academic institutions to produce an effective online education experience, as it became more of a temporary and unplanned alternative for face-to-face teaching. The sudden change causes an adverse effect in all academic institutions, as online learning requires fast, affordable, and reliable internet connection to deliver the activities and tools used in online learning. Aside from this, the social engagement and experiences needed for student progress and learning are diminished.
In the study conducted by Song et al. 2020, college students are termed as special social group. This is due to the youth's emotional and psychological instabilities. Hence, during this pandemic, the college students are facing sudden anxieties, worries, fears, and other negative emotions due to pressure and problems in social adaptation under these unfortunate times brought by COVID-19. In the same study, Song et al. 2020 stated that it is indeed that the anxiety and depression levels of college students are highly affected by the outbreak of COVID-19. In the Song study at 2020, it was noted that students' responsiveness and willingness to engage in virtual class were impaired by inadequate internet connectivity and usability. Thus, online learning requires proper interaction between the instructors and students for them to be updated in the content of the course. According to the study of Sun et al. 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic causes new stress among the affected populations, specifically college students. Moreover, anxiety and depression are higher when college students have family members or relatives that tested positive for the virus, and college students demand more psychological information and intervention, as well as ways to alleviate negative emotions. Furthermore, a study by Cao et al. Indicates that there is a strong risk that the growing incidence of COVID-19 across the country is likely to affect the health of college students. Moreover, the feeling of exclusion and loneliness is more strongly associated with anxiety and depression. Hence, these findings can be associated with the current experiences of college students, as they are not exempted from isolation and quarantine being enforced during the pandemic.
The study is a systematic review of existing research in which all of the gathered studies are dating in the year of 2020, to ensure its relevance in today's issues. The researchers have gathered existing literatures, such as journals or researches that are in line with the topic of the study. Secondary data is the only source of information in the study. This is also the only applicable method of data gathering, as with the limitations of the online setting this school year. It was gathered through the use of internet and was gathered in scholarly websites such as Google Scholar, PagePub, and many more sites offering free journals.
The COVID-19 greatly affected a lot of individuals and establishments, causing a lot of changes on how to continue their operation despite the ongoing pandemic and protocols for the safety of everyone concerned. One of the main concerns of our study is how the academic institution and students are affected by this virus. The findings we have found regarding the social and environmental factors affecting the society and depression is supported by the study conducted by Song 2020, wherein students are facing emotional and psychological instabilities that causes students to have a lot of negative emotions. The pressure and problem resulted students to have decreased responsiveness and willingness to engage in their online learning, since students are used to having face-to-face classes, with a sudden shift to online learning resulted to a fast-paced, temporary, and unplanned solution to continue their education. Students. Next. In the same study, environmental factors such as inadequate internet connectivity and usability that connects students to their learning and engagement with their peers and professors. Since students are having synchronous classes, the internet connection during it will eventually lead to increased sudden anxieties, worries, fears, and other negative emotions due to social factors of unable to communicate or to follow with their peers and instructors and being left behind. For the study of Fazai and Lodes, it was discussed that the sudden change of lifestyle resulted to self-isolation and loneliness has significant effects on the deterioration of people's mental health. During 2009 influenza A pandemic in the United States, there was also a quarantine wherein children who were quarantined experienced higher post-traumatic stress than children who are not quarantined. And eventually, it will lead to a future problem wherein there will be a demand mental health assistance. Next. There are also environmental factors that are happening, such as students who are having family members or relatives that are tested positive for COVID-19 are tend to be higher in anxiety and depression. Another external factor is that the atmosphere for conducting learning is not only for physical environment but also for the individual surrounding the student. According to Adoyin and Suka, for institutions, there is still room for improvement in planning and organizing instructions for online learning to provide students effective and quality results for students' learning. These results from various studies indicate that with the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, students are facing various challenges within the learning environment and external environment. These findings overall suggest that mental health causes anxiety and depression, wherein students should seek to have emotional support to avoid harming or abusing their mental health.
discussion. Since the COVID-19 pandemic happened, all schools would be synchronous and asynchronous class wherein the students attend class virtually and allow them to complete the task at their own pace. Moreover, online learning is not best fit for every student, thus, they are struggling in the ways that they are used during traditional learning that can increase the anxiety and depression levels of the college students. Next. Furthermore, the association of social and environmental factors as well as the valid reason of these factors will increase the anxiety and depression level of the college students are due to problems at home and pressure in their online class in terms of unstable connection, piles of schoolwork with deadlines, difficult in concentration or staying focused, lack of communication with people, responsibilities in their homes, and having a family member or relative that are tested positive for COVID-19. Thus, the online learning is associated to the increased level of anxiety and depression level among college students, and the hypothesis of the study is accepted due to the presented results and finding.
For the recommendations, further investigation on the effects of online school platforms on students should be studied more by researchers, and increasing awareness in mental health through the use of social media platforms. However, some limitations should be noted. First, all the data gathered are from secondary sources only, in compliance with the current situation and temporary shift to online learning. Second, accuracy of the secondary data was not assessed properly due to lack of time. Lastly, the availability of some information is limited and not specific to the researcher's needs. Considering many limitations of the online class setting, using secondary data collection was the only best way to gather information in times of this pandemic. More research should be taken into consideration to have a definitive conclusion about this topic. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for the nice presentation of your paper, and I would like to commend your digging up of these sources is actually somewhat scholarly. You have given enough sources for your topic. Um, about the shall we say the argumentation, okay, that you have laid out in your paper, okay, though it is not uh, explicit, pero nakuha naman, no? So you have started with the major premise, which is online learning causes more stress on students. Then you concluded thus online learning has is related to the increased levels of stress, okay, on students. Okay, this is enough to really look into the arguments, okay, for the logical presentation, though this is not deductive, okay, it can still be shall we say a hypothetical approach, meaning to say it is you are dealing with probability, so it is a more of an inductive approach, okay, of which you want to, shall we say, get the truth about online learning on how it is affecting college students. And you say that it causes actually it contributes to the increased levels of stress to college students during this time of the pandemic. So, okay, so the mere, okay, shall we say, the mere requirement of shall we say education through synchronous and asynchronous added stress to students when the primary cause of stress pandemic is now playing the shall we say as the real culprit for the stress on students, because without the pandemic we cannot have this kind of stress brought about by online learning, na? Okay, so um, I have only one question here. um, why you are not able to get primary sources? Why you just dwell on secondary sources?
Right, sir.
Yes, Alexandra, go ahead.
We opted to use po secondary data collection through scholarly journals or articles. Kasi po, yung sa primary data collection, it would require knowledge on the specific field, which is psychology. Bale, meron po kasi siyang specific set of questions that are targeted toward the anxiety and depression levels of participants. So, since di po namin forte yung psychology part, to uh, we opted to use the secondary data collection since it uh, presents naman po similar, I mean, it presents data naman po na based on primary and secondary data din po.
Mm.
Ayan.
Why the hesitation about using the primary sources on the field of psychology? Is it not just because it is not your field, or there are terms in psychology that you are afraid to misunderstand or mishandle? Because when you talk about analysis, logic is actually giving you a tool to analyze so whatever field a certain idea is coming from. So if it is coming from psychology, then logic would actually be a tool to analyze the kind of idea coming from the field of psychology. Okay, so if it is about the psychological, if it is the terms that are used in psychology, then I understand your fear of using, shall we say, um, s- primary sources. Is it the terms that you fear about using the primary sources?
Sir,
Yes, please.
we are also hesitating to use primary resources po as kapag po magko-conduct ng surveys with the use of research, there is an IERC approval po, and that approval takes months. And
Mm,
the IERC approval po is for the ethics the the surveyed person.
yes, yes, yes.
So, hindi po kami ganun kadali
I know
makapag-type.
that particular, shall we say, concern of yours, but you're
Yes.
engaging in qualitative research. No need for such, shall we say, tool, because this is qualitative. You're just digging up the existing literature.
Yes, sir. That's why our research is um
No, you will just use the tool when you say survey. Okay, you want that is about research ethics, no? You want to come up with data that you have to do, shall we say, survey, interviews, and so on and so forth. That is the time that you need such tool. That is why you need some signatures there. You need to, shall we say, go on the process how you can be approved of your tools for survey. Okay, that is the ethics of research. um, but in terms of you're just digging up um, existing literature, and you say in your method that you are using qualitative method, so meaning to say there's no need for you to use that tool that you must be fearing of. Okay, so no need for a survey because you have already a qualitative approach. What you just need is, shall we say, to analyze the data that are presented already by authors before you. That is why they are called references, because that is their work that you need to bring into the table for your topic, and you have to analyze it. My concern, my only concern is that um the information is not first hand. Okay, because you need actually primary sources, even um, mga kahit dalawa o tatlong sources lang talaga, no, na which are primary sources to your topic, so that we can say that hindi lang ito chismis, no, kasi kung you just dwell, para bang sinabi ni Pedro, dapat ang kinuha nyo kagad yung sinabi ni Pedro, na si Pedro mismong nagsabi, no? Kasi kung halimbawa si Juan nakarinig kay Pedro, tapos may binanggit si Juan tungkol sa sinabi ni Pedro, the process kasi of communication, magkakaroon ito ng sariling interpretation. At pagdating doon sa audience, magkakaroon na ito ng another interpretation. Yun ang kailangan. Bakit kailangan talaga ng primary sources? Because you yourself now would become secondary sources if ever somebody would also try to look into a certain work related to your topic. Okay? So, you will become the secondary source. So, if kay Juan lang kayo tumingin, dahil takot kayo doon tumingin, doon magpunta kay Pedro, the process of transmission of the truth would not be that credible when you have to, shall we say, ask it first hand, okay, or get it, hear it, okay, first hand from the primary source. Okay? Kasi ang makikita mo lang is parang sabihin lang ni Juan, ito yung sinabi according to. Okay? Kaya ang mangyari sa iyo, pag kinuha mo siya, okay, is pwede mong sabihin na ang mangyari sa iyo is ganito. Ito yung sinabi ni Juan, okay? Ito yung sinabi according to Juan, na according naman kay Pedro. Okay? So parang ang layo na ng gap ng naabot ninyo, okay? Kasi nasa secondary source lang ang kinuha ninyo. Pero I okay, I would like to also give you credit to that, because in your recommendation you sincerely say that for further studies, the researchers would have to get the primary sources of okay, related to your topic, because you are just doing it on secondary sources. Okay, so yun lang ang medyo saving grace sa inyo, because you are sincere enough to say that you have that credible source without, okay, pwede naman kasing itago yun, no? Pwede nyo itago na without actually saying na your work is based on secondary sources. Okay? Wala namang makakaalam nun, but you are so sincere enough that the truth that you get okay, in your study are actually based on secondary sources, and I would like to commend, okay, that true that true researchers are actually sincere on doing research, and you are true researchers just because you are so sincere in telling us that the truth that you have gotten is actually based from secondary sources and not from the primary sources. Okay, no need for this one to be revised. Okay, I will accept this paper as it is. Okay, the argument is established, um, and this is something very useful, um, especially for school administrators to plan for the next move for online learning, to really minimize the stress on students, because what you are dealing right now is a kind of stress that is brought about by online learning, and your paper is actually supportive of two other papers, okay, before you, no, during the first semester, talking about specifically the kind of stress that they are experiencing as CEU students. Very specific yung paggawa nila, na talagang CEU college students, university students are experiencing stress brought about by online learning, and here it is, you are corroborating it, okay. If given a chance, I would like to present these three papers in front of the administrators, and to plan how students can be having a minimized kind of stress brought about by online learning. Okay, thank you so much. Anything you want to add?
None po, sir.
None,
Thank
sir. Thank
Okay,
you.
okay, nice one. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, for this. Okay, your video is already on my file in my Google Drive. Tama ba?
Yes po, sir.
Okay, sige. Break muna tayo kahit 5 minutes lang. Our time is 9:30. Okay, supposedly we will move to uh, okay, to poor households, no? Pero 8:30, the effects of online learning. Break lang tayo ng 5 minutes, then we'll proceed to the third one, which is the effects of online learning. Uh, no. Tapos na pala kayo. Punta tayo sa poor households during pandemic in the Philippines. Then the last one to present would be, if ever Roland is here. Roland, you will be the last one to present during this day one of our mini conference. Okay, break muna tayo. 5 minutes. Okay, let us resume. The next paper presenters must be the group composed of Roslyn May, Marian, Dalia, Althea Carissa, and Ayen Belinda. Their paper is entitled Poor Households During Pandemic in the Philippines. Authors, the virtual floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Pero may aayusin lang po konti.
Sige lang, sige lang.
Thank you po.
Well, the group is fixing something for their video presentation. Let me post this link. Okay, please keep that link because at the end of this session, I will be asking a certain question and you have to answer that using that link to submit your answer to my Google Drive. Do you see the link I post in our chat box?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so keep that link. That will serve as your attendance for today's session. I hope we can finish our conference up to tomorrow so that we cannot, shall we say, interfere with the short break beginning Sunday up to Monday, because by Tuesday we'll be having another round of shall we say, classes for block number 2. So sana, no? Ilan pa bang hindi nakasubmit? 4 lang dito kasi nakikita ko nag-submit. Meron na bang bago? Let me check. Wala pa rin. 4 pa rin to. Wala, hindi pa nadagdagan. Wait, tigilan ba kayo? One, 5. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So times 3, that is 15, 16. 16 pa lang and we are 49. So marami pang hindi nakapag-submit. Okay, I encourage those who do not submit yet their term paper and a video presentation. Please do so, no? Because this is your final examination. I would like you to remind that this is your final examination. Presenting group, are you ready now? Roland, are you around? Roland, let me check. Wala pa rin si Roland. Sabroso. If Roland is not around, then the group of Roslyn would be the last one to present today, and we'll end our day one early. Dalia, can you present
Yes po,
in
sir.
can you present after 10 minutes? We'll extend our break to 10 minutes, and after 10 minutes, okay, can you do that? After 10 minutes, we have your presentation.
Okay po, sir.
Kaya?
Sige.
Okay.
Opo, okay po,
Okay.
sir.
Break extended. We'll be back at sige. Haba-habaan na lang natin. Wala naman yata si Roland eh. Haba-habaan na lang natin up to 9, okay? Class be back
Sige po, sir.
at 9 a.m. Okay, habaan natin yung break. Sige.
Hello po, sir.
Yes. Okay, are you ready now? Dahlia?
Sir, nag-aano po kasi talaga nag-error yung video. Pwede po ba kaming mag-ano na lang, present ng PowerPoint?
Sige, go ahead. Tingnan natin. Pero kapag medyo umano yung PowerPoint, then we have to stop, no? Sige, try nyo na lang muna. PowerPoint. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yes, Jasmine, you're raising your hand.
Sir, wala po dun sa, yung student ID po dun sa, ano po, sa grades po. Yung sinend yung attachment.
Sige, sige, check ko mamaya, ha?
Nag-message na rin po ako sa inbox. Thank you po.
Sige, sige, welcome.
No. Hello.
Yes, Dahlia.
Ano po? Meron na po ba, sir?
Wala pa, loading pa.
Good morning. We are the Nutri Health Warriors, and we will be presenting our term paper entitled as Poor Households During Pandemic in the Philippines. For the introduction, on March 12, 2020, COVID-19 was declared a global pandemic by World Health Organization, and the first local transmission was reported on March 7, 2020. And not far from that day, on March 20, 2020, the government implemented enhanced community quarantine on most places in the country. The burden of COVID-19 in low and middle income countries like the Philippines has impacted many families as a community quarantine resulted in losing job of many Filipinos who belongs to both low and middle income families. Many of those who lost their jobs during pandemic are mostly from middle or poor families. Next, statement of the problem. The study seeks to find the following: how marginalized communities deal with pandemic, how lack of resources and education affects people's response to pandemic, and what services and methods are implemented by the government to support those who lack resources, and how effective are these service and methods. Next.
For the methodology, in this paper, the researchers used was derived data and qualitative data. Derived data involves using existing points gathered from the different data sources to create new data. For the qualitative data, it is data obtained by the researcher from primary sources and documents. The researcher's paper gathers some sources and articles from the internet to give rounds and explain the piece with clarity and understandability.
Overview of the study. This section will discuss concerns to the poor household during the pandemic crisis in the Philippines. The first section will describe the phenomenon and how marginalized communities deal with the pandemic crisis. The second section will tackle how lack of resources and education affects people's response to pandemic crisis. The last and the final section will present what services are offered by the government to support those who are lacking resources and its effectiveness.
How marginalized communities deal with pandemic. It is often during crisis times when worsening inequalities occur because of lacking resources. This pattern is occurring with COVID-19, which has triggered increasing unemployment and major economic losses. In the wake of the crisis, many people in the country have lost their jobs. For this reason, pre-existing concerns over food security are intensified and people are unsure about when or how the government will intervene to provide support. For some families, however, they are able to make extra efforts to supplement their family's needs, and some of them made a business online, double their work, and did double shifts. But some of our medical healthcare workers, like nurses and doctors, still risk their life for our people. How lack of resources and education affects people's response to pandemic. Even before the pandemic happened, the whole world has already been facing formidable challenges to fulfill one of the basics of human rights, the right of education. However, the pandemic made the educational rights worsen as it made those living in poor, rural areas, refugees, and persons with disabilities to have less opportunity for education. Preventing a learning crisis from becoming a generational catastrophe requires urgent actions from all. In the study of law on 2020, many respondents from rural areas have knowledge gap regarding proper preventive measures against COVID-19. Only these respondents, only 2.3% have completed college and 36.6% have not completed high school. The proportion of people that identifies appropriate ways to protect themselves was low, and there are also false information that they believe to hold true.
Poor households in the Philippines, especially from rural areas, may have inappropriate response to minimize risk of infection due to the lack of regular and reliable source of information about prevention of the disease. Social distancing is known to be effective in reducing risk of infection among population, but this is unlikely to be practiced by those who live in urban slums as these areas are mostly densely populated. The services are offered by the government to support those who are lacking resources and its effectiveness. Although we have primary healthcare centers and community health workers both in cities and provinces, they are poorly equipped and poorly resourced with limited surge capacity. Because of lack of resources, our country cannot afford a large number of infected people. And for this, the government conducted contact tracing and imposed travel ban nationwide. This method prevented potentially infected foreigners entering the country. Another response of the government is declaring community quarantine to many parts of the country, which imposes social distancing, suspension of classes, closure of air, sea and land travel, temporary closure of businesses, prohibition of mass gathering, and encouragement of work from home arrangements. The government also done testing of individuals but only in small scale. This is also a critical component in controlling the spread of the disease. Wearing mask and face shield in public areas is also implemented by the government throughout the country. According to the article of ADB 2020, there has been a traditional Filipino bayanihan principle of the community spirit, which was funded with $5 million. This project addresses the health crisis that is happening right now. They are delivering food supplies to 140,000 vulnerable households in Metro Manila and neighboring provinces. The Philippine Army developed more than 400 soldiers and civilians to give out the relief goods into canvas bags containing 35 of sardines, tuna flakes, corned beef, and other items. The DSWD also provided food packs and accompanying 10-kilogram sacks of rice, which sustains a family for more than a month.
For conclusion and recommendation, Philippines as having limited resources in terms of healthcare and financial services, we are implementing recommended interventions proposed by WHO. These interventions include travel restriction, community quarantine, and COVID-19 tests, um, are seemingly effective as this prevented high rates of infection. Although small scale of testing cannot be hold all true, there are more populations may be infected but shows no symptoms. Our healthcare systems can only focus on people who has symptoms, and there is a much less proportion of healthcare workers and physicians to the general population. With the loss of job and bankruptcy of many businesses, the country's economy have changed, and there is a big change in the life of many Filipinos at the time of pandemic. These include changing their daily practices, lifestyle, and their mental health. The citizens can only improve their social distancing practices and hygienic practices like washing hands and wearing masks in public areas, as the country cannot afford to have more infected people. Also, there is a need for health education and tailored guidance for public health response to be developed with more consideration of extreme low-income families in the country. That's all po. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the Nutri Health Warriors for your nice paper entitled Poor Households During Pandemic in the Philippines. I have three concerns here. Okay, first one is um, what is your hypothesis? Anybody of the group Nutri Health Warriors? What is your hypothesis?
Hypothesis, sir, is there is a big change in financial financial status of Filipinos at this time of pandemic.
What is
Sir,
this?
need po ba naka null or alternative hypothesis po yun?
Not necessarily naman na you involved in null and alternative hypothesis, no? Pero that is ideal because if you cannot get the null, then definitely your paper would end up, shall we say, getting the alternative. Pero from the introduction that you have given, it is not clear the kind of hypothesis that you want to, shall we say, to guide your paper throughout the, shall we say, the course of your investigation. That is why I'm asking, what is really your hypothesis? So you're talking about, so it is about big chains.
So, meron po kami hypothesis.
Pakiulit nga sa ano, kung anong hypothesis yon.
The null hypothesis po namin is there will be no significant difference in the financial status of the low to middle income Filipino household before and during the pandemic crisis
Okay.
of
And the
COVID-19.
alternative?
Then the alternative hypothesis, there will be a significant difference in the financial status of low to middle income Filipino household before and during the pandemic crisis of COVID-19.
Okay. So the your your paper must have to prove whether or not there is, shall we say, a financial, shall we say, difference from the low income to middle income Filipinos during the time of the pandemic. Okay. Um, what becomes the result? What becomes the result? Is it proving your null, or is it proving your alternative?
Sorry, sir. Ano po yung question ulit?
What becomes the result of your investigation? Um, is it proving your null hypothesis, or is it?
Alternative po, sir, kasi nagkaroon naman
Sige, go ahead.
before and
Marian.
during the pandemic crisis. Kahit noon po is mahirap na po yung mga Pilipino kahit yung alternative po, sir, yung na-prove namin sa study.
Yung alternative na
Opo.
merong change talaga.
Opo, nagkaroon po ng change. Kasi po nagkaroon po ng unemployment. Big unemployment po sa mga low to middle income. Eh noon naman po, hindi naman po drastic yung pagka-unemployment ng mga panahon wala pa pong COVID-19.
Okay? So nagkaroon ito ng change, pero ang change nito is for the better. Kasi you're talking about there's a
Ito yung for
significant
the better, sir.
for the better. So, are you saying that the low income and middle income Filipinos, okay, are becoming better off during the pandemic compared to when there was no pandemic yet? Kasi kung for the better ang change dito, dapat better off ang ano, ang mga Filipinos ngayon. Wala dapat tayong problema in terms of economy, because the drivers of our economy are actually the low income and middle income earner Filipinos. Yes, Dalia, you're opening your mic.
It's not for betterment of the life of Filipino yung resulta po ng pandemic.
So hindi for the betterment of the Filipinos. Pero if it is not for the betterment of the Filipinos, then why is it that you end up proving the alternative hypothesis? Kasi sabi ni Marian kanina na, kaya nga tinanong ko what kind of change, kasi you're talking about that there is significant change in the financial, shall we say, capacity of low and middle income earner Filipinos. Tapos ang sagot niya is for the better, change for the better. So if it is change for the better, then it
Sir, wala po
follows.
ito nabanggit for the better. Sabi, ano lang po sir, sabi ko po, nawala po kasi internet ko kanina po. Yun po sa alternative po namin, there will be a significant difference po
A significant
in the
difference. So
financial status of low to middle income.
what does it
Opo.
mean? Okay, what must be our interpretation of what you have proven in the alternative hypothesis? What kind of significant change is that?
Ayun po sir, yung humirap po, mas lalo pong naging mahirap. Yun po yung significant change na nangyari. Kasi since po ang topic namin is yung ano pong topic po namin is about poor household during pandemic crisis in the Philippines. Yun po, yung mga mahihirap, mas lalong humirap. Then, yun po yung significant changes na nangyari or yung difference po. Yung difference po is parang dati po, hindi naman po sila, may trabaho.
Nawala si
Hello, sir.
Marian, no? Nawala si Marian. Pero ang
Hello
sinabi,
po.
okay, before, sandali, Roslyn, no?
Okay po.
Kasi yung sinabi ni Marian kanina, before ito, no? Nung inano niya is, ang change is parang, yan, are you
Nawala
on?
po.
Okay, are you on?
Nawalan po sila lalo ng pagkukuhaan ng resources po.
Nawalan sa
Sa
ng
kanila
pagkakulang. Okay. Pero
everyday po.
how does it affect your first claim na sabi mo na yung change is parang hindi naman kasi drastic or kaagad na nawala ng trabaho yung mga Filipinos, na meron pa silang napagkunan ng income at may nakukuha pa silang trabaho during the time of the pandemic? Because reading from those words, that statement that you made, it can be interpreted in a way na dahil may mapagkunan pa naman sila ng income during the time of the pandemic at hindi drastic yung pagkawala ng mga trabaho nila, it means to say that hindi ganun kahirap yung mga tao during the time of the pandemic. Kasi we're talking about the low income and the middle income earner Filipinos. Okay, yun kasi ang first mo, no? That is why I was asking kung yung change pa is for the better, at sabi mo nawala kasi yung internet mo. Then now you have another claim na the significant change is not for the better but para mas lalong humirap. Okay? Kaya nagkakaroon na ngayon ng parang ano ba talaga dito? Yes, Roslyn.
Sir, dun po sa sinabi ni Maria na dahil po sa this COVID-19 pandemic po, parang noon po noon po mahirap na po ang mga Pilipino, yung sinasabi po niya. And ngayon pong nangyari yung COVID-19 pandemic, parang mas humirap po ang mga Pilipino. Pero nung sinabi niyo po na doon po sa aming term paper nakalagay rin po na yung mga ways po kung may mga ways po na mga trabaho po, may nahanap po silang trabaho like double shifts po or like mga online selling. So parang ang pinapakita rin po yung mga ways ng mga Filipino, paano po sila naging inventive in ways po na paano po sila makakaahon sa hirap. Ganun po.
Wait. So kung ganun, that there are really ways to cope during this pandemic and not to become so poor during pandemic. So tama nga yung alternative ano ninyo na significant na sanali kung dali lang kung meron silang ways to cope, okay, at kahit nawalan sila ng trabaho, then they involved into online selling para makasurvive, then something is wrong with the alternative. There should be no significant change. Dapat ang na-prove nyo is the null. Pero why is it that it is the alternative that that seems to be proven in your paper, when in fact according to you na uh, meron namang ways to cope pala. So what does it mean to say that meron silang trabaho kahit manawalan sila, nakapag-online selling sila, there are ways to cope and to survive. Um, Paano natin intindihin to? Are you talking
Um,
about a significant change that is recorded in the DOLE? Or you're talking about the significant change as per data that you gather from Filipinos who lost job and engaging themselves in alternative livelihood?
Sirs, ano po, both naman po kami kumuha ng resources sa DOLE kasi according naman po sa sa DOLE is, yun nga po, ayun, parang yung null po kasi, pag yun po yung kinuha naming proof ng study po, parang sinabi po namin na walang nagbago po sa buhay ng mga Pilipino nung nag-start po yung pandemic
Kasi
at nung
there
ano po.
is no significant change. May nagbago pa rin pero hindi significant. Ibig sabihin, konti lang nagbago. Hindi pwede yung masabi mo na walang nagbago kasi no significant change na nangyayari. Ibig sabihin, pag sinabi mong no change, definitely walang nagbago. Pero pag sinabi mong no significant change, ibig sabihin may nagbago pero hindi lang ramdam. Okay? Yun ang ibig sabihin noon. Pero pag sinabi mong there is significant change, ito yung may nagbago na talagang ramdam mo. Pero kung sinabi mo na nawala ng trabaho pero may way naman to cope, hindi ito significant change. Kasi for example, ako, mawalan ako ng trabaho, kung kinita ko noon is 40,000 per month, tapos bigla ako nawala ng trabaho, pero I engage in online selling at kumita naman ako ng 30,000 a month, ibig sabihin is walang significant change. Nawalan man akong trabaho, pero in terms of income, may nagbago man kasi hindi ko nakuha yung 40,000 a month, pero may dumating naman na 30,000 a month, so not significant. Okay? Pero kung nawalan ako ng trabaho, tapos nagutom ang pamilya ko, or meron akong livelihood pero not enough to support my family, we call that one significant change. Okay? Kasi 40,000 tapos ang na-income mo na lang ngayon ay 5,000 a month, malaking kawalan yon. Significant change yon. Okay? I cannot anymore support my family. That is what it means. That is why, ang next ko sana dito na itanong is, what degree ba ng significant change are you talking about? Are you talking about on the figures of, shall we say, change of, shall we say, income? Okay, like for example, if for the low income, if they are receiving before pandemic, they're receiving 15,000 a month, okay, low income earners, and now is receiving because of online selling, they can only have 10,000. How do you gauge now the 5,000 difference? Is it significant or non-significant? Ano bang degree ng sinasabi nyo na ng degree of change to be considered as significant or non-significant? May range ba kayo dito?
Wala po, sir. But I just want to add po, yung topic po kasi, yung parang focus na group po kasi namin is yung poor households in the Philippines, which does not apply sa kanila yung kaya nilang mag-business kasi imbis na kukuhunan nila yung perang hawak nila ngayon, ano na lang sila, parang kahit isang tuka na yung perang hawak nila ngayon, pangkain lang nila ngayon.
Yun ang Adalia kasi ang ano natin, ang subject natin wherein you must have to fit your paper is logic and critical thinking, no? So that is why I ask first the hypothesis, because it is in the hypothesis that you have to lay out your argument, okay? Whether the argument that you will be shall we say applying is to prove your null or to prove your alternative. Okay, and the initial shall we say result is that it seems that according to you it is proving the alternative hypothesis, pero parang with the kind of thing that you are actually saying now, hindi nyo na-establish ngayon ang argument. Okay? Hindi nyo na-establish ang argument. Ang na-establish lang ninyo is the condition of the poor households during the pandemic. Okay? Ito yung na-establish ninyo na para bang your paper is just an expository paper. Parang in-expose nyo lang, ito yung kalagayan ng mga mahihirap ngayon sa pandemic, pero you are not proving an argument. Do you get me? Para bang dinescribe nyo lang kung anong nangyari sa mga poor people, okay, during the pandemic, pero you are not presenting an argument kung ano talaga yung matatawag nyo na change, okay, na nangyari sa mga poor Filipinos natin. Okay, ranging the poor you're talking about, you define that poor household as low income and middle income earners. Okay, so yun ang pagkaka-describe ninyo. Maganda sanang simula yon. The only thing is that you're not having a hold on the so-called change. To what degree ba for you to prove that there is change and there is significant change? And kasasabi mo lang kanina na wala kayong range para sa ganon, because that range is a tool for you to concretize your argument. Kasi kung wala yon, mananatiling expository lang yung paper ninyo. You're not proving anything. You're just describing what happens to the Filipinos, to the poor Filipinos. Do you get my point?
Yes po, sir.
Yun ang ano dito. Okay? And magkakaiba yung expository paper, okay, from a paper from a logical point of view. Okay? Expository paper, ito yung kadalasan na parang ginagamit mo lang for essay, no? In-expose mo lang to gain sympathy. Okay? Ito yun. Okay? Marami tayong naghihirap ngayon. Okay? Ito yun. In-expose mo lang. Ito yung kalagayan nila. Pero to prove a point na ano ba talagang nangyari sa kanila? Ano bang change na nangyari sa kanila para masabi mo na talagang kaawa-awa na sila? May significant change. Hindi nyo na layout ito. Yun ang nagiging problema. Kaya expository wise, this is a good paper for expository paper. Pero in terms of shall we say proving something about the condition of the poor, okay, wala namang nakita whether there is change or significant change, kasi wala kayong establish na range dito kung paano nyo ma-interpret yung change. Okay. Anything you want to say before I make my recommendation for your paper?
Wala po, sir.
This is a good paper for expository. Okay? Kailangan nyo lang dito, that is why I keep on saying na kung meron kayong paper sa ibang subject, magagamit nyo dito, kailangan nyo lang talagang i-tweak, kailangan nyo lang i-present na may argument kayo. Okay? And to say argument, you can make use of our topic on deductive argument. No? Itong ano nito, itong expository paper na to, pwede yung ang napakaganda ito kung ma-layout nyo yung deductive argument dito, yung deductive reasoning. Okay? Establish nyo ano ba yung universal, shall we say, claim, okay, about quote-unquote poor, okay? Then specify what is happening. Okay? That would be your major and minor premise. Then you conclude. Doon sa conclusion mo, okay, pwede nyong gawin na i-present nyo muna, okay, sa introduction yon. Tapos sa body is i-explain nyo bakit yun ang nakita nyo na layout ng argument. Pwede rin, ang gagawin nyo is you start with the specifics, okay, introduction, tapos ika-climax nyo, okay, doon sa body nyo, okay, at sa conclusion, yung argument niyo para masabi na from those things, kaya ito yung argument niya. Okay? Ito yung argument niya. At ito yung conclusion. Okay? Kasi dito, we cannot actually come up with a conclusion kasi medyo basa, no? Basa yung null hypothesis and shall we say alternative hypothesis. Pag sinabi mong basa is it cannot actually stand on a certain inquiry like what I'm saying about kasi wala itong basihan. Okay? Wala siyang basihan kasi wala yung range na. Kaya napaka ano natin about terms like pag sinabi mong poor, ano bang range ng poor? Okay? Ano bang classification meron ang society sa Pilipinas? Ano bang ano bang basehan natin pag sinabi nating elite? Ano bang basehan natin pag sinabi nating shall we say rich, no? Anong basehan natin pag sinabi nating middle class? Anong basehan natin pag sinabi nating below a middle class, and so on and so forth, para makita natin yung range alin dito ang masasabi nating poor. Okay? Pag nasabi na natin nakita yung poor, okay, ito bang low income na to at saka middle income, makategorize na ba natin sila na poor? Kasi sa ibang standard, yung middle income earners hindi sa matatawag na poor. Okay? So, paano natin ma-generalize ngayon na yung middle income at saka low income ay kasama na sa tinatawag nyo sa title nyo sa paper ninyo na poor households. Okay? Tapos, nung itong poor households, kailan ito nangyari na nasama na ngayon ang middle income? Before pandemic ba? Okay? Or at the start of the pandemic? Or at the middle of the pandemic? Kailangan kasi makita tong period na to. Okay? Para makita natin na merong significant change or wala talagang significant change. Okay? At paano ba na natin i-interpret yung significant change? Is it by record sa DOLE lang? Or by the instruments that you gather? Okay? Kasi ito, it can be both qualitative at saka quantitative. Pag sinabi mong quantitative, kailangan magpalabas ka ng survey forms, no? Para makuha mo yung data first hand from the respondents. Okay? At pwede mong i-combine ito. Makita ito yung data ko. Ito yung from the sources ko. Okay? At pwede mong analyze yung dalawa. Okay? Or pwede mong, sige, wala na lang yung data, pero dapat meron kang basihan from the existing literature discussing about the topic about poor households, okay? Especially during this period of 2020 and 2021. Okay? Kasi may mga authors na ngayon na nagsulat about pandemic, no? Pwede nyo ma-access yon. Okay? At pwedeng doon kayo mag-analyze doon sa mga data nila para i-prove ninyo yung topic ninyo with the hypothesis na null at saka alternative about significant or non-significant change.
Yes po, sir.
Okay. I will give you up to Monday to submit the revised version of your paper as well as your video. Okay? Gusto ko makita maayos na yung video by Monday. Okay?
Okay po, sir.
Okay, sige. Anything else you want to say?
Wala na po, sir.
Okay, do not be offended, no? Do not be offended with what I am saying because I just want you to come up with a good paper because I want you to have a good grade. Okay? Because if I insist to grade you now, medyo delikado because this is your final exam. I will have to wait for your revised paper and revised, shall we say, um, video, so that I can grade you properly, and hopefully malaki-laki yung grades nyo. Okay?
Okay po, sir. Thank you po.
Okay. It is already time. Okay, thank you for your, okay, ibaba ko lang yung question muna ha before we pray. Okay, yun lang, no? In all the topics presented today, what one learning, isa lang, okay, do you get, and explain that in 2 sentences, and you have the whole day to uh, submit it to the link that I have provided, okay, a while ago. I hope meron nakuha nyo yung link kanina. Okay. Kung wala, ulitin ko yung pag-post. Ito yung link. Okay? Okay, yan. And thank you for the ones presenting. Okay? You have actually given me, shall we say, a kind of paper that are actually good, no? These are good papers, okay? As a starters like you, I would like to say congratulations, no? Napaka ganda ng paper ninyo. Kailangan lang talaga i-fit lang sa subject natin. Napakaganda yung paper ninyo, okay? Napakaganda yung topic. Okay? At saka timely pa siya. Ano lang yun, yung sinabi ko, i-fit in nyo lang doon. Okay? Wala na akong hanapin sa inyo. Okay, so any representative from the Not 3 Health Warriors to lead our closing prayer? Dahlia or Roslyn or
Hello,
Leah?
sir.
Okay, yes please, Roslyn.
Okay po. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Thank you, Lord, for another successful day. We thank you for our teacher who have shared their time and expertise with us. We thank you for our classmates who are our partners in their learning sessions. We are blessed that in spite of this pandemic, we are able to learn and meet one another online. Thank you for providing a means for us to study through the use of technology. May you bless us all those who have made this class possible, our teacher and our classmates, who have contributed to the success of the learning process. We ask all of this in your mighty name. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, class, and see you tomorrow. I hope we can finish tomorrow so that there would be no more Monday as extension of our mini conference. Okay? Goodbye and ingat. Si Crisol kanina, Crisol, i-message na lang kita, ha? I-message na lang kita.
Sige po, thank you, sir.
Okay, okay. Okay. Bye-bye. End ko na, ha?
Bye-bye, sir. Thank you po.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay,
Thank you,
maraming
sir.
salamat din. And, okay, ingat kayo, ingat. morning. Good morning. Kumusta kayo?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Marvin. I understand may napuyat sa inyo. Tama? Maraming napuyat. Kaya huwag kayong mag-alala, matatapos din to. Saka, this is your final exam na. So, we will do our best na matapos hanggang bukas para Sunday and Monday ma-enjoy man lang natin yung short break before the start of Block 2. Yung pin. Yung clip. Dali lang. Nahulog kasi pag hindi ko ikot. Okay. So, ang nilagay ko lang muna is the schedule for the first day kasi ngayon ko lang gawa ng I extended the deadline up to 9 a.m. dahil tinignan ko kagabi 11 wala pa talagang nag-submit kaya may nagtanong kung pwede i-extend sa ko sige hanggang 9 a.m. Okay. At ngayon naman positive naman may marami nang nakapag-submit. Sana nga lang lahat lang. And I would like to remind you class na we are live in YouTube. If you are monitoring my YouTube channel now, yes, currently we have 10 viewers talagang nakasubaybay sa paper presentation kasi gusto rin nilang matuto. No? Kanina, umabot ito ng mga 15, okay? Maaga pa lang kasi, pero mamaya ito, pag tumako tayo mga 11 o'clock, okay? Dadami ito dahil gising na yung iba na gustong makita how students present in a mini conference. And do not be afraid, do not be pressured because many are watching this online. Okay, do not be pressured. Just maintain your composure. Okay, the big thing here is that you have your pre-recorded video presentation. Yun ang gagamitin natin. For the first presenter, sino ba yung first presenter natin? Sila si ano?
Hello, sir.
Jay-Ann.
Sir?
Yes, please.
Sorry po, ika-clarify lang po. What do you mean po? Yun po yung gagamitin. So, yung video ay yung pre-recorded, yung
play.
Yung gagamitin po sa sa
Yes,
YouTube channel niyo po.
Wala pa sa YouTube channel yung ninyo, mga video.
Okay.
Wala pa. Nasa Google Drive ko pa lang.
I mean po, ano po yung
Once na hindi nyo kasi I want you to play it in your gadget, pero kung hindi nyo ma-play is at least may backup tayo nandito sa Google Drive ko. Ako na ang mag-play. Sabihin nyo lang yung title. Sadali, anong sabi niya? Sir, sa final ba na dalawa lang mag-present today? Hindi. Dapat andito pa rin kayo dahil hindi, 4 naman ang sinabi ko dito. Hindi 2. 4 ang presenter ngayon. Okay? At saka I will be giving you a link, okay, mamaya for the recitation. That is why I want you to be here, pero most importantly the presenters must be here. Okay, that is the principle na. And yung para sa recitation mamaya, yung link kailangan yung sagutan yung question para may attendance kayo for today kasi final exam. I am checking still the attendance na. And we are having class during the time na meron tayo. Kaya sabihin nyo sa na mga kaklase nyo na wala pa ngayon is kasi ma-absenan kayo. So we'll wait for... Okay, there are two professors coming in to panel your shall we say paper. One is somebody who is writing her thesis for the masteral, Ma'am Nadine Lichauco, if you know her. Those who were in senior high school way back maybe 2 years ago, okay, or 1 year ago, you know, you probably know Miss Lichauco. The other one is a theologian, okay, in the name of Sir Joe Dominic de Guzman. Dito na ba si ano? Si Sir Dom? Wala pa. Si Ma'am Nadine? Wala pa. Okay, so maybe hahabol sila. We'll start with a prayer. Any representative from the group to present the deviance of liquor, a study on the engagement of minors to alcoholic beverages. Anyone to lead a prayer, our opening prayer? It is already 10:01. Wait, sandali. I-record ko lang. Kasi
the question of God is a question of origin and of human existence. What is ethics and what is moral?
Okay. Hello, Ma'am Nadine. So, Ma'am Nadine is here already. Ma'am Nadine, this is live on...
Hi, sir.
This is live on YouTube. Okay.
Hi.
Ready,
Hello,
Ma'am
YouTube
Nadine.
world.
Okay.
Sir, wait lang. Nag-aayos pa ako.
Sige, ma'am.
Wait lang.
Ma'am Nadine is working on her
Sir, baka naman maging
thesis
famous
now.
ako nito.
Ayaw
Hindi
mo
ako
pa
ready
noon.
mag-artista. Hindi ako, sir, kasi pang-academe talaga ako. Hindi ako
Pang-academe
ready
ka.
mag-artista. Hindi mo naman sinabi, sir. Oo, mawawalan ng trabaho si Catherine Bernardo. Ay! Hello.
Handa-handa ka na lang. Baka mamaya may mga scout pala, no? Pupunta sa'yo.
Oh my God, sir. Tinataguan ko nga po sila kasi hindi ako ready.
Wait. Andito na. Okay na. Okay? Sige, any volunteer from the first group to lead our opening prayer? Anybody? Jayan, Shikaina, Cyril, Shania, Luisa. Any one of you, please? Huwag kayong kabahan. Kahit prayer, kinakabahan kayo. Huwag kayong kabahan. Just maintain your composure. Okay? This is just another class, no? It is just another class. It is so happened that there are some people as audience to your presentation. Okay? Do not worry. They're just watching. Huh? They're just watching. Okay? Or James, can, can you be our prayer leader?
Ako po, sir.
Okay, yes. Oo, sige, go ahead.
Sige po, the Father, the Son, the... I mean, ngayon na po, sir.
Yes, yes, ngayon na, ngayon na.
Po, sir. Sige. Let's pray, classmates. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Amen. Lord, thank you for gathering us here today. And please help us in our papers and bless us with your in, in Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen. Okay, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Okay, thank you so much, James, for the prayer. Okay, and before we start, I would like to welcome all to this first day of the COSH 22 first block second semester school year 2020-21 mini conference. And together with us is Professor um, Dominic De Guzman, theology
Good morning,
professor.
everyone. Good morning.
Good morning, Sir Dom. Who will panel your paper presentation today. And again, let me introduce to you our the other panelist, Ma'am Nadine uh, Lichauco. Okay, so
Hello, everybody.
yes, thank you for coming. Okay, Sir Dom, Ma'am Nadine, maraming salamat. Okay, okay, class. Let us proceed to our paper presentation. So this is our flow. The first paper must be presented in 15 minutes only. Okay, you're given actually 30 minutes, but you have to consume only 15 minutes because the other 15 minutes must be for the questioning coming from for the questions coming from your uh, panelist. The first paper entitled "The Deviance of Liquor: A Study on the Engagement of Minors to Alcoholic Privileges." Okay, to be presented by the authors J. N. Cristina C. Bauto, Shikena Melin M. Maramot, Cyril Lovin Retes, Shania Kiel Rodriguez, and Luisa Marie San Sebastian. Presenters, the virtual floor is yours. Presenters. Okay, thank you. presenters, there is no audio.
The one presenting, unmute yourself, because when your microphone is mute, it's the same thing with the presentation. So unmute yourself.
Wala talaga. Cyril, walang lumabas na sound.
Wala po, sir.
Yes, is your video in my Google Drive?
Yes po.
Sige, tingnan ko dito. Anong pangalan? Anong title? Anong file name?
Wings Club po.
Wings Club. Okay, sige, sige. Okay, ako na mag-present. Paki-stop presenting lang muna para makapag-present ako. Okay, thank you. Wait. Tab. Recorded. Can you see now my screen?
Yes po, sir.
Okay.
Good day, everyone.
Is the sound clear?
Good day, everyone.
Yes, sir. Okay ang sound.
Okay naman, okay. Let us continue.
On behalf of my group, I would like to welcome you today. My name is Luisa Marie L. San Sebastian, and we would like to discuss with you the defiance of liquor, a study on the engagement of minors to alcoholic beverages. Alongside with me are Bauto J. and Cristina, Maramot Shekaina Milen, Rete Saire Levin, and Rodriguez Shania Kel. Vices are habits that are generally considered immoral yet addictive. Though it varies from person to person, it could be smoking vape, gambling cards, drugs, but what's quite desired most is actually drinking alcohol, especially by the younger generations. Alcohol consumption is actually termed as the drug of the youth, as to how it seems that adolescents drink alcohol most of the time for many different reasons. This paper shows the importance of raising awareness about drinking and the risk of alcohol misuse, because it has become the leading public health problem in many countries, yet it is still widespread among adolescents. Additionally, minors are at far greater risk of death in an alcohol-related crash than the overall population, despite the fact that they cannot legally purchase or publicly possess alcohol in any state. This paper analyzes how vices, especially alcohol drinking, could be life-threatening to minors and how society must find new effective strategies to prevent the youth from drinking excessive amounts of alcohol and provide awareness about the risks and negative impacts of alcoholism.
For the statement of the problem, this research study aims to investigate the potential effects of alcoholic beverages in young generations, especially the Gen Z in Metro Manila. It seeks to determine the causes and strategically find an effective solution to prevent the youth from drinking alcohol. Number 1. What is the demographic profile of the respondents? Number 2. What are the effects of drinking alcohol to the students? Number 3. How the external factors influence the youth to drink alcohol? Number 4. What are the strategies that could promote the prevention of alcoholic beverages among the minors? For the hypothesis, the purpose of this study is to determine whether social media is the main factor that influences the consumption of alcoholic beverages among youth. Underage people who tend to consume more alcohol are the ones who are most likely to be experiencing either personal or social problems. The researchers want to conduct this research to show if the implement law about strict liquor ban among minors shows an effective precaution to prevent the consumption of alcoholic beverages.
Good morning, I am Cyril Levine Retes. This section presents the research design, respondents, sampling method, research instruments, and data gathering procedure. The research design used in this study is a qualitative research that seeks to understand how individuals or groups have different views of looking at a particular issue. It focuses the data or experiences gathered through interviews and surveys that are not expressed numerically. It aims to answer the question about what, how, and why the particular phenomenon happened. The researchers used a qualitative method to know the effects of the consumption of alcoholic beverages and its factor that led minors to continue drinking alcohol. The following respondents are composed of 74 individuals that range from 13 years old to 31 years old of age from different cities of Metro Manila. The researchers grouped the respondents into minors and adults of a particular gender. The diagram shows that the total population of minors who voluntarily participated in the research comprises 33 individuals composed of 8 male minors and 25 female minors. On the other hand, the second diagram shows the total population of adults that voluntarily participated in the research comprises 41 individuals composed of 23 male adults and 18 female adults. The researchers used the convenience sampling method, which involves selecting respondents that are easy to reach out and available to participate in the research. This sampling method was chosen to collect data because it's the only available option today, as it's not safe to go outside due to COVID-19 virus. Thus, this was used through online platform that can collect data quickly and accessible by everyone. The research instrument used in this study is a survey questionnaire which allows the researchers to gather a huge amount of data in a short span of time. This research instrument is used to look into the behaviors and opinions of a certain group of people regarding minors' alcohol consumption.
Results and discussion. The results from the survey questionnaire answered by 74 people composed of teenagers and young adults have supported the hypothesis. From the question that talks about their alcoholic beverage engagement, overall, average of 87.8% have been drinking alcohol. The majority of the respondents started drinking alcohol at a young age of 15 in comparison to the 11.9% who started drinking at a legal age. The next questions measured their drinking habits. A majority of 58.8% drink alcohol occasionally. An average of 56.2% have admitted that they drink 5 or more alcohol at a time, and half of that have admitted they did it for the last months. Questions 9, 10, 11, and 12 tackle the parents' involvement in their children's drinking habit. An average of 82.9% indicates that their parents know that they drink alcohol. 78.1% said that their parents allow them to drink alcohol at home, while 59.4% said that their parents know how much alcohol they take at a time. A majority of 66.2% know a parent or adults who allow non-family members or family members to consume alcohol under the legal age at their homes. The results here is consistent with Georgian study that focus on the relationship of youth to heavy drinkers like their parents or siblings, who are more likely the reason that encourage them to drink at an early age. The next questions ask about their experience on alcohol engagement. 79.5% admitted that they fake their age to obtain alcohol. Majority of them thinks that the reason why people at their young age drink alcohol is because they want to have a good time at a party, while an average of 32.6% who have been drunk at school admitted that their alcohol usage have affected their school performance. Overall, majority of them, consisting of 80%, said that their biggest influence are their friends, followed by their family members. The results from these questions can be related to the study conducted by Balvena, where he said that Filipino youth started drinking early because of special occasions with their friends and families. Next questions have measured their idea towards the underage drinking. Majority of 56.8% think that alcohol use is a serious problem, and an average of 50% believes that the youth themselves is responsible for contributing to the problem of underage drinking. Daily suspect social media as a factor for underage drinking problem, and this have influenced their answer that a majority of 62.2% thinks that the strong campaign of alcohol education through mass media and social media would help decrease underage drinking cases in the country. In relation with enforcing strict laws regarding underage drinking, 41% from the respondents strongly agree with liquor ban. Their school and university have helped in lowering underage drinking cases.
So, for our conclusion, the respondents are aware that alcohol influence in youth is a serious problem since it dramatically affects their physical and mental well being as well as the school performance, but still, they continue to engage in alcohol drinking. Despite the law that prohibits minors from accessing alcohol liquors, it is still evident that the root of their drinking habit has started from occasional parties, which led to drinking with family and friends at home. The lack of parental supervision and relentless permission to allow underage members of the family to have a taste or drink of alcohol have contributed to underage drinking. The majority are ideally open to resolve underage drinking through informative campaigns in social media. Social media is the biggest platform that every teenager is involved with, and the massive campaign towards underage drinking through this platform can impact their knowledge and behavior toward alcohol consumption. So, for our recommendation, the future researchers must address different issues such as the combination of effective strategies and policies to reduce the youth from drinking, as well as how such reduction of underage drinkers can be sustained and increased in the most cost-effectively way. The future researchers must also have a longer time frame in order to receive more accurate results by having a larger sample size.
Okay, thank you so much, group number one, for the presentation. For the questioning coming from questioning by our panelists, each panelist is given 5 minutes to examine the paper just presented. Let us start with Ma'am Nadine Lichauco.
Hi everybody, good morning. I would just like to clarify a few um kumbaga parang medyo hindi ko naintindihan or maybe these are inconsistencies that I need information on, no. Pero I was just wondering kasi you mentioned on your methodology qualitative ka sabi ninyo. Tama ba ako?
Anyone from the presenters to please respond to the inquiry of Ma'am Nadine?
Yes po.
Hi dear. Okay, tama ba yung pagkarinig ko na qualitative? And if I remember correctly, you defined what qualitative is?
Yes po.
Okay, darling, can you read again the definition of qualitative that you have? Can someone from the group read again the definition of qualitative that you have?
The research design used by the researchers in this study is qualitative research. It seeks
Mm-hmm.
to understand how individuals or groups have different views of looking at a particular issue.
Okay. Did you ever research, were you able to research the types of qualitative research? Which one is your research under? Kumbaga, we have five mains kasi yung pinaka-common. We have narrative, we have ethnographic, we have phenomenological, we have case. So, alin dun sa mga yon yung type ng research ninyo? I don't think it was mentioned kasi.
Anyone from the group can respond to Ma'am Nadine?
Naku mga darling, alam nyo yan kasi tinuturo yan sa senior high school, grade 11 saka 12, types of qualitative research. Alam nyo yan, anong type yung research ninyo? Is your research a case study? Is your research a phenomenological study? Is it narrative? Is it ethnographic? Hala. Sorry, baka nasa stress ko kayo mga darling, ha? The reason I'm asking po kasi is because the nature of your data collection is not in line with what you said na yung research ninyo ay qualitative. Because when we do qualitative research, we explore a topic. Kumbaga, palalalimin. Yours kasi is more of let's confirm. So it's more of quantitative kasi ano na kayo, nag-statistics na kayo, nag-pie chart na, may pa-graph na, may pa-sample size na. So a qualitative research kasi is not generally into that line. Hindi po ba mga sir? Or baka naman mali ako?
Yes, pwede lang pagpilian ang qualitative, quantitative, pero ang nagawa nila is gearing much on the quantitative. Hindi rin kasi sang matatawag na case study because it is not just one case that they are trying
True.
to investigate.
Marami po. 33 no?
Marami. 33 ang sample
So, siguro, kung babaguhin nyo siya, palitan nyo lang yung qualitative. Gawin nyo na siyang quantitative.
Yun lang.
Pero, kung gagawin nyo siyang quantitative, yung minors, sabi nyo kasi minors, diba? Pero 33 lang yung respondents natin, medyo ibaba natin yung minors kasi masyado siyang malaki. Babaan nyo lang, be more specific. Like, say, for example, minors in this particular area or in this particular school. Ganun lang.
Nakalagay nyo kasi Metro Manila.
Napakalawak ang
sir.
lawak. 13 million po yata ang population ng Metro Manila. So, yun po. Yun lang naman po ang comment ko. Otherwise naman, mukha namang pinaghirapan nila yung research.
thank you, Ma'am Nadine, for an enlightening comment. That this would be a good, shall we say, start for a paper like this. Okay, so please be sure that you know what is quantitative and qualitative, no? Because you might stumble on things that when you say it is qualitative, yet you stumble on things that are actually for quantitative. Okay, thank you so much, Sir Dom. Nakamute ka,
Good
Sir Dom.
morning. Okay, that's a simple question. Is drinking alcohol bad or good? Anyone? Is it bad or good? Drinking alcohol or yung intoxicating drinks. Yes, Anne. Bad or good?
Hi, sir! Feeling ko naman good.
Hello,
Charot.
Lynn.
Feeling ko po good. Kailangan ko mag-recite. Feeling ko po good, sir.
Oh.
Class, do not be pressured. Just answer the question. Okay,
Nape-pressure
normally,
yata yung mga
wag kayo
bata.
ma-pressure. Wag kayo ma-pressure. Just answer comfortably.
Sir, yung sagot ko po sa question niya, drinking alcohol is bad if it is abused as a biology student po. Based on our anatomy and physiology, meron pong mga components yung alcohol na masama po sa katawan natin, especially po sa liver.
Mhm. Very good. Bakit si Jesus nagpadami pa ng alak? Sabi niya, drink pa more. Di ba? And it's even, it's one of the way to bond one another. Nakikita niyo internationally that wine is also, is made to, especially those in cold countries, okay? They drink wine. At dito rin sa atin, it's really one of the source of bonding. Okay? That's why it's still permitted. Kung yan ay nakakasama sa tao, mapagbawalan na yan ng gobyerno. Pero sinasabi lang, pwede naman, binebenta nilagyan nga nila ng tax. So what makes it really bad? Sa totoo lang.
Yung sa study po namin,
may harm sa katawan.
Mas nagfo-focus po siya sa underage drinking. Kasi po, syempre po yung physical and anatomy po ng minors is hindi pa po ganun ka-develop. So, once they abuse alcohol, mas delikado po yun para sa kanila. And hindi naman po namin parang sinasabi po na celebrating using wine or different kind of liquors is bad. It is good, not good, but it is okay when it is taken lightly. But when an alcohol is abused, doon na po siya napapasama.
Bakit may pinalabas ang researcher na maganda uminom ng beer? At least 1-2 bottles a day is good for your health. They recommend it. So what makes it really wrong? Okay? Kasi diretso pa rin. In fact, red wine helps circulate the blood. So it's at best also to drink wine. Red wine. White wine also had its benefit to the health. So ano talaga nagiging problema? Bakit yan ang inaano? Sinasabi nyo abuse. What kind of abuse? Bakit nagiging ang mga kabataan ay talagang talamak na umiinom talaga? Not for health issue para gumaayos sa beer nila. Hindi, sumusobra sila ng 10 Bakit? What is really the reason behind? Bakit sila maabuso? What caused the abuse? Psychologically, physically, ano yung mga abuses nila? But what caused the abuse? Anyone? Sa palagay niyo?
Hi, sir.
Yes, yes. Hello,
Uh,
Lisa.
uh, we think po the reason why minors especially abuse alcohol drinking, usually po kasi may iba't iba pong reasons such as lalo na po yung peer pressure within friends, tas minsan
Tama,
na rin
yes.
po sa family.
Yes.
Minsan po, siyempre as minors, they are, sila po yung mostly na curious about everything.
Yes.
So,
Okay.
also
That's
either
good.
boredom
Mhm.
or siguro at a young age, they also experience stress and sometimes rebellion, mostly for against the parents.
Yeah.
Sometimes emotional problems and also sometimes pleasure. So, yun po yung reasons kung bakit na-abuse po ng minors ang alcohol and considering na minors po sila, so hindi po sila well aware sa consequences din po ng alcoholic beverages.
Okay, very good. Kasi kung tutusin, hindi masarap naman ang pag-inom ng alak eh. Kita mo, pag uminom ng beer, nakasimangot yung mukha na agad, ay, pait, ay, papulutan. Sinabi niyo, concerned psychologically for acceptance, for pressure to be in. And especially in media that you have already given. Diba? Makita nga doon sa media, yung isang na Colt, ano, Colt 45, pag gumagamit ka ng ano ng nagtitisyo ka, hindi ka umiinom ng Colt 45, pang lalaki ka, you're not strong enough. Para lang, mahina ka, parang bading. So, parang gano'n ang dating niya sa media, especially the psychological development of youth na nakikita nila kailangang astig ka pag nakakainom ka. Yan ang pinapakita rin sa Red Horse. Kaya mo na ba? Kaya mo yung sipa? Di ba? Di ba? Tapos makikita mo, lakas-lakas mo na. Appealing ka na sa mga babae. So, ganun ang ano niyan. It's really on the, in the case of yung personal development, psychological development. So, nakikita ko nga diyan, wine, beer, and drinks are not bad at all. But how we use them. So, inaano nga diyan, kaya meron tayong sinasabing minors is not allowed, kagaya sinabi nyo, because somehow they still not comprehend yung pagiging responsible drinkers. Okay? They're not yet that matured enough to make decision because they are somehow give in to other pressure. They drink not because they like it, they drink because they were forced to it, or somehow to conform. So it's really, you have said, education is very important. Hindi ka bakla pag hindi ka umiinom. Hindi ka mahina pag hindi ka umiinom. Hindi ka kabawasan, sabihin, hindi ka gano'n malakas, hindi mo kaya, hindi ka bawasan ng pagkatao. So it's really, really up to, to education, getting to know your true self and true value. So, alak hindi siya masama. Ang sinabi nyo nga, is really the youth who is underage, who is not yet matured enough, and somehow only gave in because of some external factors or wrong notion of what being a man or a woman should be.
Sir Dom, 10 seconds to
Thank
wrap
you.
up.
So, yun lang. Sino sa inyo, honestly, ang nakatikim na ng alak at pag-inom? Dapat sa nag-report. Sino na? Okay. Wala namang masama doon eh. So, ganun. So, yun lang sa akin. Yung question na yan, you're the adolescence age, hindi nyo natatakot pa rin kayo kung ano sasagutin ninyo. It's part. So, don't be, don't look at yourself na kung hindi kayo confident. It's part. The same thing with drinking. Hindi makasagot agad kasi itong nagtatakot. So, inom lang para wala na ibang tanong. So, the same thing with this question and answer, you have those hesitation because of the thinking, tama ba masasabi ko o hindi? So, yung ganun doon. So, continue to see better yourself so that you can decide more what you really want and really don't want. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Sir Dong, for nice interjection about whether or not this drinking alcohol is bad. Okay, and pointing out which one is a practice that is bad, and pointing out which one is not. Okay, I have here one question to ask the group. Um, is there a moral or spiritual implication because we are in the subject cost 22? Is there a moral or spiritual implication of drinking alcohol at an early age?
Hmm.
Meron ba? Kasi kung basehan na kasi natin sa Bible, walang nakalagay kasi dun eh. Si
Wala.
Christ nga nung pinarami niya yung tubig into wine, okay? Walang nakalagay doon na bawal ang mga minors. So, ang tanong ko ngayon is there a moral or spiritual implication of drinking alcohol at an early age? Ano kaya?
Mhm. Meron yun.
Actually, may question is connected to what Luisa is saying kanina as an answer to Sir Dom. Anyone? Ang ganda ng V8 mo ah.
Gusto ko yun, sir.
Naka V8, naka sound card kasi siya.
May sound effect. I love
Oo
it.
nga eh. Tayo mga poor kaysa tayo, kaya wala tayong ganun. Oh, group, ano? Kahit isa lang. Is there a moral or spiritual implication of drinking alcohol at an early age? Mababawasan ba yung paniniwala nila kay God? Or mababawasan ba yung paggawa nila ng tama kung umiinom sila ng alcohol bata pa?
I love that so much.
Anyone? Okay, ganito na lang, no? Because we cannot take forever. Okay, we don't have the whole day. Just reminders, especially for presenters after this, those who will follow this. Explore the possibility of, shall we say, questions that will come up to the topic that you will be presenting. So, parang ano nyo na, decipher nyo na may mga questions na ganito yata ang ibabato. Kaya, ihanda nyo na yung sarili ninyo. No? That is one. For the first group, okay, I would like you to revise your paper. Take into consideration what Ma'am Nadine was giving you as comment. maybe change from qualitative to quantitative because you're gearing towards quantitative actually. Then try to connect also the shall we say the moral or spiritual side of it. Okay? Para hindi naman sa magmukhang uh, essay paper lang ng English subject, no? Para naman mag-fit doon sa ano natin, sa though it is a social issue, pero we need to concretize that social issue from the lens also of um, religion, no? So kailangan natin 'yon. I will give you up to Monday to submit your revised paper. You can actually pull out your paper now from the Google Drive, okay, as well as your video presentation. Okay, you're going to submit it on Monday. Do not take this as something that is negative. Gusto lang namin na i-revise yun para maganda yung paper ninyo at saka hindi mababa yung grade nyo. Kasi if we insist on giving you grade now based on what we hear from your presentation, medyo hindi isa maganda, no? So please do what we suggest you to do for your paper so that you can still come up with a good grade, okay, a higher grade actually. Okay, anything that the group wants to say before we proceed with the next presenters? Okay, hearing none, let us proceed to the second presenter. The second group to present, actually just one, okay. The title of the paper is The Hidden Struggles of Lumad in Attaining Their Rights for Education, to be presented by no other than Kathleen Jessica Francia. Kathleen, the virtual floor is yours.
Sir, ito di okay po kung kayo po yung mag-present kasi po baka po magloko po.
Sige. Anong title ng ano?
The Hidden Struggles po.
The Hidden Struggles
of the Lumad.
Sige, hanapin ko.
Thank you po.
Hidden Struggles. Okay. Dito, nakita ko na. Wait. Present ko lang.
Good day, everyone.
Okay, kita nyo na?
Po.
Okay, sige. Let us start.
I am Kathleen Jessica B. Francia. I am currently taking up Doctor of Optometry at Centro Escolar University, Manila. Today, I will discuss the Lumad hidden struggles in attaining the rights for education. To begin with, usually, most of us know that church is only a place for prayers and peace. However, this is not what I witnessed when I went to Baclaran Church when I was in grade 11. Sentiments and complaints of a Lumad captured and captivated my attention. I heard their stories and struggles for their ancestral lands, natural resources, education, and violation of their human rights that led them to execute social movements. Listening thoroughly to their narrations broadened my horizon and opened my eyes to the injustices and maltreatments that they encountered and experiencing. For this reason, I realized that Filipino people should be aware of the real conditions that inspired and triggered me to write this paper. The Lumad are indigenous people in the region of southern Mindanao and the Philippines. The phrase Lumad is short for Katawhang Lumad, which actually indigenous people. On June 26, 1986, a description formally taken on by delegates of the Lumad Mindanao People's Federation founding assembly. This developed out of a political awakening amid the martial law regime of President Marcos and deliberate the collective identity of 18 Lumad ethnic groups. The Assembly's main purpose was to attain self-determination and governance for their member tribes within their ancestral domain in agreement with their customary laws and culture. The Lumad consists of the traditional ancestral notion of land ownership, which is communal private property. Community members have the right utilization and operation any section of an occupied land within the communal territory. Hunting grounds, cultivated and uncultivated land, rainforests, and valuable mineral resources are included in the Lumad ancestral lands by Lee. Statement of the problem. This study aims to explicate the stories and significance of the education of the Lumad in the midst of various struggles. Specifically, it sought to provide significant answers to, first, what are the specific movements that the Lumads did in attaining the rights for education? Second, what are the hidden struggles that they encountered in defending their education? Third, how did education help Lumad in protecting their properties and natural resources? It is hypothesized that Lumad has their own educational system which brings them in defending and protecting themselves and their properties. The unlawful treatments towards Lumads are inequitable and unacceptable because of the violation of several rights. This section consists of parts of numerous materials taken from secondary data. It includes articles, books, and theses that were thoroughly included by the researcher. To the past report of Admoea Organization 2017, in considering the light of the celebration of the National Indigenous Peoples Month last October, the Department of Education made a stop at its resolution to permanently close 55 Lumad schools in the Davao region. The Salugpungan Tatandu Igkanugon, which meaning is unity and defense of the ancestral domain, handle and utilize these schools' community learning centers, were arraigned of inculcating indigenous children of left-leaning ideologies, together with other violations against DepEd curriculum requirements and another process by PALO 2019. Save Our Schools Network, or SAWS, contends that DepEd's decision was purely from the spiteful and false claims of the military, and that the DepEd fact-finding team was not able to visit the Salugpungan schools for a just investigation by Saninlahi Alliance for Children's Concerns 2019. On the other hand, the University of the Philippines Diliman together with UP Cebu and UP Mindanao to welcome Lumad Backwit schools. These Backwit schools would become an avenue as the alternative learning centers of Lumad children, where communities will take advantage by development aggression and lose power in their ancestral lands in Mindanao. There are a total of 75 Lumad students presently attend the Backwit school, indicated by the Save Our Schools network after the Lumad Lakbayan to Quezon City in 2017 by Rappler 2017. Integral to understanding Lumad education is its root of the fact that it sticks to the goals of the K-12 program. It takes on the further additional steps towards self-determination by pervading the indigenous knowledge systems and practices and indigenous learning system into its curriculum. As education and culture are seemingly intertwined, the Indigenous Peoples Education Policy Framework by DepEd Order No. 62, Series 2011 is adopted to administer Indigenous peoples' children of a more culture-responsible basic education, which inscript their contextualized matters of self-determination and upgrade their cultural heritage as progressive. Teacher Rose reveals that there are three main legs of Lumad education: agriculture, health, and academics. Based on the past report of De Santos 2018, a year ago, President Rodrigo Duterte warned to bomb Lumad schools, which volunteer-run schools for indigenous people communities in a remote area of Mindanao, for the reason that children are inculcating into socialism, frequently construct in what the Department of Education labels geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas that government schools may not have a chance to reach. The Lumad schools administer lessons in literacy, numeracy, and skills like sewing, carpentry, and agriculture. Also, 6 teachers with the Tribal Filipino program of Surigao del Sur in San Miguel, Surigao del Sur were stated layhold of by soldiers while currently at a Parent-Teacher Community Association meeting and conduct to speak to officers of the 36th Infantry Battalion. For the moment, Mapasu said personnel of the Army's 75th Infantry Battalion has harassed and interrupted community life considering an entry for the area without permission in June. In the article of Bonzo 2017 entitled Mindanao Lumad Struggle for Empowerment Through Education, first of 4 parts, it revealed that in an enclosed area of land of the United Church of Christ in the Philippines in Davao City, situated the evacuation center and temporary classroom for the Talaingod Manobo who have remained there over the past 5 years. Their newly positioned chieftain Datu Hinom Andil firmly noticed the children as they begin their lessons, spearheaded by volunteer teachers who associated them in the camp. The grade 5 students of the Salugpungan Community Learning, Annalyn and Arlene, which Andel and his fellow headman raised. They have remained in the evacuation center for more than a year. While these young girls aspire to become a teacher someday, these spirits turn out to be bare when their Salugpungan campuses in Agusan del Sur and Talaingod were strongly closed last year for the reason of militarization. According to Annalyn, she wants to go back to their school because it is close to their home. She did not experience any difficulties in their schooling since they are supplied with school supplies and food. The teachers uplifted them to continue farming in their community to help in their needs. They are taught to manage sciences, math, and Filipino. Andil remembered how they began their community school for more than the past decade in Talaingod, aiming to provide the young generation with a higher understanding of their identity and culture, and thus empowering their resolve to guide their ancestral land. The Salugpungan School could be an epitome of a Lumad-initiated school. It has its beginning in 2003 when the Salugpungan organization asked the Catholic Rural Missionaries of the Philippines to establish the school as a literacy numerary school for young and adult Lumads in the community of Palma Hill. Datu Hinom tells those young children to grasp their classes under the tree with leaves as pencils. Lumad advocates and church support the village for several years later. Salugpungan was authorized by DepEd as an alternative learning school in 2007, with classes from preschool to elementary and its primary school in Sitio Dulian. Salugpungan had a different viewpoint as it set up 54 school campuses from Talaingod to the different distant municipalities of the southern Mindanao region. The Save Our Schools network is assisting this setup with the schools in UCCP and Davao City and University of the Philippines Diliman and UP Cebu. According to the SAWS network, the schools have been continually striking by government troops. Prior to the martial law announcement in Mindanao, they have reported 87 events of attacks on schools under the presidency of Rodrigo Duterte starting July 2016. However, the attacks increased and set up after martial law starting May 23, 2017. The group have reported astonishing 584 cases of assault to vary from school-related extrajudicial killings, aerial bombings, sexual harassments, violently evacuation, obligating school members into forced surrender as rebels, threats and harassment, military campground, physical assault, usage of civilians as protection, and human shield amid military operations, violently closure, and offers arousing effect to 1,376 teachers, 16,976 students, and 57,844 part of Parents-Teachers Community Association. Assaults and violently closure have given rise in the opening of Bakwit School since 2018. Obliging not only the Salugpungan School but also same community-initiated schools from Mindanao Interfaith Services Foundation Incorporation, Academy in numerous regions in Mindanao, and Center for Lumad Advocacy, Networking and Services. The article of Bunzo 2019 entitled Mindanao Lumad Struggle for Empowerment Through Education, third of 4 parts, discussed that Assumption Grade School Extension in Barangay Panalum, Pagubato has not been subject to attacks. The building was established by the parents with the Assumption missionaries supporting the materials, done through bayanihan or community work. They experienced the difficulty of initiating the materials as they crossed through mud and rug trails to the community. Nestor Labrador, a barangay kagawad, remembered the missionaries of the Assumption coming into their community in 1989 and asked what struggles they are experiencing. The problem of education was uplifted because many people are not in school and were not able to finish elementary school. Also, the Lumad youth expressed they experienced discrimination as they were making fun of us ignorant, dirty, and noisy. The above studies and articles stipulates that Lumads experience struggles in their ancestral land, properties, natural resources, and education. These things are significant to the Lumads because they are anchored to their culture and identity. Besides, this reveal that education has a high impact on the Lumads in helping and serving their communities. Also, numerous times they face violations of their human rights by military, paramilitary, and greedy corporations. Regardless of several articles and studies that were established in the past years, the researcher found out and discovered the need to conduct a study about the lived experiences of indigenous people in the time of the COVID-19 pandemic, since they are the ones who are lack of support in terms of social and health services in their area. Furthermore, indigenous people are rich in natural resources, ancestral lands, and cultures. However, the harsh reality is they are being deprived of using this. This study is used phenomenological research. Based on the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, phenomenology is the system of consciousness as experienced in the first-person position. Definitely, phenomenology talks about the study of phenomena, the presence of things or things as they take place in our experience, or the manner we experience things. Based on the past studies, articles, and narrations of the Lumans, the researcher comes up with the three categories of struggles of Lumad in attaining their rights for education. These are the Lumad struggles for their community education, the Lumad struggles in the midst of alleged violations of their education, the Lumad struggles in their new settling area. First, the Lumad struggles for their community education. Lumads have strong ambition to have a community school that is anchored in their identity and culture. In the story of Datu Hinom, he stipulates that they desire to have a community school in Talaingod to give young generations a better understanding of their culture and identity and to protect their ancestral land. Also, before, Lumad students face poverty and discrimination in basic education school. According to the best report of Admueya Organization 2017, the Lumad experience poverty in their homelands. Their community does not rely on a profit-based monetary system. For this reason, they do not have enough money to buy uniforms and are usually discriminated against in basic school education. Besides, Lumad students experience adjustments and challenges in their former schools. Based on the past statement of Ian Bagwisi, their community school is different from their former public school because classes were conducted only 3 times a week and students were in a passive mood. Also, their former public school is far away in their communities. The group has reported astonishing 584 cases of assault to vary from school-related extrajudicial killings, aerial bombings, sexual harassments, violently evacuation, obligating school members into forced surrender and rebels, threats and harassment, military campground, physical assault, usage of civilians as protection and human shield amid military operations, violently closure, and offers a rousing effect to 1,376 teachers, 16,976 students, and 50,844 part of parents-teachers community association by Bonzo 2019. Then, the Lumad struggles in their new settling area. The University of the Philippines Diliman, along with UP Cebu and UP Mindanao, welcome Lumad Bakwit schools. This would become a bridge as the alternative learning centers of Lumad children. There are a total of 755 Lumad students who attended Bakwit School with the help of Save Our Schools network after the Lumad Lakbayan to Quezon City in 2017 by Rappler 2017. Also, major adjustments that the Lumad Bakwit did in their new settling area since it is hugely different in their communities. Besides, they face scarcity, which why they raise help such as donations to meet their needs in everyday lives. Lumad Bakwit is very grateful for everyone who helped and supported them to continue their education and to fill their everyday lives. Even though they are settling in a new area, fears and traumas are still present. However, hope and determination become their strength to continue their education as they believe that their communities need them. Upon conducting the study, the researcher formulated some recommendations to gradually solve the problems and help the Lumad community, particularly their rights for education. The researcher will use the theory of Maslow's hierarchy of needs to see everyone, including the church, society, and government, the holistic picture of the essential needs of the Lumads in their everyday lives. This recommendation is a wake-up call for immediate action. According to the past article of Masterclass 2020, Maslow's hierarchy of needs discusses the theory of motivation, which specifies the 5 classifications of human needs that dictate an individual's behavior. These are the physiological needs, safety needs, love and belonging needs, esteem needs, and self-actualization needs. It was formed in a pyramid shape, which the basic needs at the bottom of the pyramid and more high-level intangible aspects at the top. A person can only progress to striving for higher level needs when their basic needs are sufficiently fulfilled. First, physiological needs. This refers to the most basic human survival needs. For instance, food and water, shelter and clothing, enough rest, overall health, and reproduction. Maslow expresses that these basic physiological needs must be inscribed before humans progress to the next level of accomplishment. These physiological needs are equal to the needs of Lumad in terms of ancestral lands where their shelter belongs. In their ancestral lands, they can live peacefully and happily, away from the problem in the cities. Besides, this is where they can execute thoroughly their practices and culture. Second, safety needs. These are protected from violence and theft, well-being, health and financial security, and emotional stability. These safety needs are equal to the needs of Lumads for recognition for human rights and properties and health services. They would well be safe if they rest assured and secured their rights as well as they are granting access to health services. Third, love and belonging needs. This refers to human interaction and the last of the so-called lower needs. It includes friends and family bonds, also membership and social groups. These love and belonging needs are equal to the needs of Lumads to freely execute their cultures in their communities, which they can feel this love and belongingness because of the same practices and support to each other. Fourth, esteem needs. This is the beginning of higher needs. The basic elements of these are self-respect and self-esteem. These esteem needs are equals to the needs of Lumads in recognition of equality for indigenous people. Lumads could feel that they are valued and significant where could be the avenue of confidence. Fifth, self-actualization needs. Achievement of your full potential. These refer to education, skills development, caring for others, and deepened goals. These self-actualization needs are equal to the right of education for the Lumads where they could achieve their full potential and ambitions in life. For the reason, they could have a chance to serve and help their community, particularly the young generations. They could defend and protect their properties and natural resources where greedy corporations could not fraud them anymore. Upon reading the recommendations, the Filipino people would be socially aware of the different challenges and struggles that the Lumad people experiencing. Also, this recommendation would help the policymakers to establish a plan for social and health services for the indigenous people. This could be a basis for making regulations and policies that favor the indigenous people. Besides, this recommendation would be useful and helpful to make the authorities immediate actions towards the education of the Lumad students. Also, through this, they could make a plan about the educational services of various indigenous groups. Furthermore, NGOs could use this as additional knowledge or their advocacies and can be aligned to the goals and purpose of their organizations. Besides, this recommendation is highly encouraged to discuss every celebration of Indigenous Peoples Month in seminars and forums. The school has 3 volunteer teachers managing multi-grade classes despite one is on maternity leave. Nestor Labrador, a barangay kagawad, remembered the missionaries of the Assumption coming into their community in 1989 and asked what struggles they are experiencing. The problem of education was uplifted because many people are not in school and were not able to finish elementary school. Also, the Lumad youth expressed they experienced discrimination as they were making fun of us ignorant, dirty, and noisy. The community and the missionaries build a school together with a dormitory for the students so they don't need to trip numerous hours from their home. This is also constructed in the extension schools in Kibalatong and Turoyan. And that would be all for this day. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Kathleen, for your paper about the Lumad struggles, okay, for education. Let us proceed now to the questions from our panelists. Let us start with Sir Dom. Sir Dom, you have 5 minutes.
Uh, this kind of conflict and this kind of problems not only experienced in the Lunars. This had been experiencing in different parts of the country, especially when the land and resources are rich and there are a lot of capitalists and people who wanted to take advantage of the riches there. Okay, now you have presented different sources of research, and those mostly they came from UP, University of the Philippines, because there are some questions. Really, there are some questions that makes people raise their eyebrows because the research are somehow coming from related to the leftists or the ones coming from the MPA or uh, what are the other reports that can somehow break the idea that is the reports are only biased because it was only reported by some people who are really against the government. Okay, so you have shown there research by people, but on what affiliation he belongs to, so that we can have a somehow a bigger picture what others say from this side and from this side. Because in Hacienda Lucida, formerly we were never heard about the abuses done to the farmers, and we had our we went there together with a student of De La Salle University and the De La Salle College St. Clear, and from there we have able to see that really, personally, we have seen some arm, arm, people that are surrounding us and checking on us. So we felt the tension, and what they are saying is not from the news is different from the actual that's happening there. This is time of Ninoy Aquino, and even before Ninoy Aquino was not Ninoy, but Pinoy. Okay, so even the time of Marcos, they already have conflict there. So what other yung independent sources that can somehow authenticate what what the other leftists from the UP and other that can somehow substantiated their report. Meron ba ibang kasi pag yung mostly yung pinakita niya from UP. And UP is known to be somehow yan wala namang matinong gobyerno sa UP lahat na i-criticize. So what other sources of information na nag-gather niya that is somehow not from the left side? Anyone?
I think po kasi, 'di ba, may mga nakausap din po kasi akong mismong lumad student po. Since nung umattend po ako ng forum sa Commission on Human Rights nung 2019. Tapos sinabi po nila na talagang nakikita daw po nila talaga yung mga sexual harassments, yung pagpatay po dun sa mga dato nila sa mga nagpapatakbo ng school nila.
Saan ginanap yung niyan, yung conference na yan?
Sa Quezon City din po, malapit din po sa UP, sa Commission on Human Rights po. Since kasi po, UP po talaga yung nag-serve ng alternative learning center po sa kanila.
So, UP pa rin? Po. Wala pa rin iba?
Opo. Pero po kasi kung titingnan po natin yung side ng government saka ng mga military, sinasabi po nila na gusto lang po nilang palawagin yung mining operations. Gusto nila pong i-develop po yung sa mga lumad po. Saka para protection din daw po sa kanila.
Kasi there's a really report na may mga schools that was operated by the NPA.
2 minutes, Redom. Two
Oh,
minutes.
so yun lang, Mang. I really wanted to, ano, because this is really mostly what is happening, that really in isolated area where resources are very, 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 abundance, things happen in the greed of people. Now, we wanted more information. You have already given coming from UP, yan, yung sinabi mo, Lumad, okay, coming from there. So, how can we, able to, provide more that is independent from this leaning to the, anti-government? Okay? Kasi wala pa namang matinong gobyerno, gobyerno sa mga UP, eh. Okay? So, yung ibang reports, yung sinabi mo, yung pa rin eh. How can we know that those Lumad students are already, came also from the school operated and managed by the NPA? Hindi ko sinasabi, na yung nangyayari noon, but the information, have you really look for other information independently of from the UP, influence?
I think po kung titignan natin yung side po ng DepEd, sinabi nila na pinasara daw po nila yung Buckwheat School kasi po merong yung mga teachers hindi daw po licensed tas walang LRN, Learning References Numbers, yung mga students po. Na kung saan nilabag po yung department order po para sa indigenous people educations. Although, nagbinigyan po sila ng access na magkaroon ng community education na anchored sa culture at identity po nila.
Nag-attempt sila. Maybe the government have seen that there are curriculums that are integrating that is not really beneficial for the nation, or somehow they are doing something to have conflict with the government. Diba?
Opo.
So, it's already indication that the DepEd already have seen that there is something that is really something wrong or something out of line, and this causing really the the recruitment and the convincing these people to fight against the government. Yun ang nun eh. So, walang compliance, and it's dangerous because the mind rebellion happens in the mind first. Whatever you put in the mind is the one being held on by people who's willing to fight and to die for that cause. It was implanted in the mind. So yun ang pinakaano ko pa rin. Still, there are, inaano ko lang din, look for other sources and other independent those who really able to have that research concerning the real situation of the Lumans. Okay?
Yes.
Luman. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sir Dom, for a nice, shall we say, comment for the paper presented by Kathleen. Let us move now to another panelist, Ma'am Nadine. Ma'am Nadine, the floor is yours.
Hi, good morning po. Hello everybody. Let me ask lang yung paper kanina. Are you the only one who did that paper? Ikaw lang ba? Ay, congratulations! Kasi kanina kasi what I noticed is kasi ikaw lang yung nagsasalita. So, congratulations first of all. It is not an easy feat para mag-research mag-isa. I know. Diba? Like, here muna, take this time to congratulate yourself kasi maganda rin yung ginawa mo no. The paper itself, wala naman akong masyadong reklamo. I think what Sir Dom is saying kasi is that parang gusto lang niya magkaroon ng more information. I get that naman, pero personally kasi I don't think we can fault the student for lack of information sources. So what I can suggest, darling, na lang is, sabi mo kasi kanina phenomenological yung study mo, 'di ba?
Opo.
Oo. If we would like to, as Sir Dom mentioned kanina, that we would like to get more information on that, yung actual real events and everything else na hindi natin, kumbaga, mas more objective, I suggest that instead of having it a phenomenological study, it can be an ethnographic study. Pero, pagka ganun kasi, dear, kailangan mo talagang mag-immerse dun sa
Yung
area.
makikisama po.
Oo,
Yes
oo,
po.
makikisama. So, in that sense, medyo hindi siya ganun ka-safe. Kasi,
Opo.
oo, mahirap naman na maredtag tayo, mahirap naman din na baka pagkamalan kang nagbibigay ng pagkain sa, 'di ba? O kaya baka mamaya pati mga taga CEU, 'di ba? Mamaya sabihin hindi tayo pink, pula pala talaga tayo, 'di ba? So in that sense, siguro lang what I can suggest is siguro kung gusto mo yung mga 20 years, ganon, kung tinatawag ka ng puso mo na tumulong sa mga pwede yon, mag-ethnographic study, pero as a phenomenological study, baka lang hindi ganun ka-strong yung foundation niya for it to
Okay.
become phenomenological. Yun lang.
Thank you po.
Okay. Thank you, Ma'am Nadine, for a very nice comment for the paper of Kathleen. Kathleen, please take into heart what Sir Dom and also Ma'am Nadine is, shall we say, commenting about your paper. Because totoo naman, no? One, maybe okay for the thing that Sir Dom is actually talking about. You can also take into consideration yung apat na kadre na bumaba. They are all over the news. Yung apat na kadre na bumaba. Tapos they are also talking about what really transpired in the Lumad communities, no? Pwede mong magamit yung mga articles na nasa news, at saka may book online, hanapin mo lang book online, kasi yung isa sa mga kadres na to na bumaba is nagsusulat, may book talaga siya. Tingnan mo doon, meron siyang copy online, no? Tingnan mo lang, makikita mo yung PDF file nito, available naman, no? Hanapin mo lang, basta apat yun sila na bumaba just lately, no? Mga ilang months na lang, mga December sila bumaba. November, December. Hanapin mo yung news about November, December, yung mga kadris na bumaba. Okay? It can provide, shall we say, the other side of the coin. Okay? And also, tingnan mo lang yung written sources coming from the military and the government para magiging balance siya. Okay? Kasi parang ano nga nangyari, parang it is just a one side, okay, or a one-way traffic, okay? And it is not your fault. Maybe most of the resources that you have stumbled is gearing towards that way. Now, we try to, shall we say, offer you the other side of the coin para matingnan mo rin siya, no? Tapos you evaluate, no? But what is important with your paper is that there is one thing that is really that needs immediate attention, and this is the education of the Lumad youth, no? Ito yun. Whether or not your sources tells you against the government, whether or not your sources also tells you in favor of the government, but what is at stake is the education of the Lumad youth. Ito yung dapat matingnan, okay? Pero hindi rin natin pwedeng isantabi yung different angles of what contribute to the kind of situation that our Lumad youth is experiencing right now. Second thing about what Ma'am Nadine is actually talking about is your paper is gearing towards ethnographic kind of research, okay? I-twist mo lang ng konti para maging ethnographic siya, kasi hindi mo pwedeng magiging phenomenological kasi hindi ka nga pwedeng pumunta, no? Hindi ka pwedeng pumunta doon, okay? So ethnographic sa i-geared mo lang yung yung ethnographic shall we say research mo. Okay? Yun lang ang ipalabas mo. Yung dagdagan mo ng konting sources from the other side, tapos gawin mo sang ethnographic. Okay? So this is a very good paper, okay, especially for someone working alone, we have a time constraint, okay, na 5 weeks lang. Actually ginawa lang yata yun ng 2 weeks, no? Napakahirap. Me myself cannot actually come up with a very concrete paper in just 2 weeks time. Lalo na may mga trabaho pa. Kayo rin, may study rin kayo, no? This is a very good paper. But I would like you to have a higher, okay, grade. Paki-revise lang ng konti, pati yung video, paki-revise ng konti para umakma doon sa recommendations namin. Tapos watch out for your words also, okay? Like Maslow hierarchy, paki-pronounce ng maayos yung Maslow hierarchy, no? It is hierarchy, it is not hierarchy, na? Tapos yung bombing, it must be bombing, not bombings. Paki na lang sa kasi para maano natin. Then I will read your paper and your shall we say video on Monday. Okay? Pull out mo na lang, okay, yung sa Google Drive ko, tapos ibalik mo sa akin once finished on Monday. Okay? Kathleen?
Apo.
Yes, congratulations. Napakaganda yung paper. Pati ako humanga.
Congratulations!
No? Congratulations.
Yay! Siguro, darling, para lang ma-resolve mo yung lack of, yung one-sided na data, medyo mas effective na lang siguro yung pagpasok ng RRL mo. Compare and contrast na lang both sides para mas objective. Ganun lang yun. Good job. Congratulations.
Be faithful na lang, Kathleen, doon sa sinasabi ko dati palagi na overview of contending views. Yun bang may isang view dito, tapos banggain mo kaagad. Okay? Kung ganito ang tingin ng UP, hanap ka ng pangtapat doon. Okay? Kung positive ito, hanap ka ng negative. Okay? Banggain mo hanggang sa ma-resolve mo yung issue. Kasi kung palaging UP, tapos missionary of charity, tapos human rights, one-sided ang kalalabasan nun. Banggain mo, okay? Kung baga, i-boxing mo yung idea mo, okay? Bugbugin mo, okay? Pag nakatayo yan sa dulo,
ang galing ng boxing.
Pag nakatayo yan sa dulo, ibig sabihin talagang maganda yon, no? Okay? Yun ang mo. Kailangan bugbugin mo. Okay? Kung kailangan mong i-hire si Pacquiao para bugbugin mo yung idea mo, gawin mo yun, no? Contending views palagi. Huwag yung RRL na isang lang, kasi parang naging expository lang siya, no? And that is not the kind of thing that we are shall we say going after for the research. This is your contribution to the discussion of COSH 22. Okay? Kaya nga ibang paper dito is napunta talaga sa mga conferences kasi that is your contribution to our study, no? So, Kathleen, napakaganda yung paper mo. Ipabugbog mo lang 'yan, okay? Ipabugbog mo lang. Okay? Thank you so much.
Bugbugan.
Oh, bugbugan. Okay? Up to Monday bugbugan 'yan, ha? Up to Monday na bugbugan. Okay? 2 minutes nang natitira sa break natin. Mag-break pa ba tayo ng 2 minutes or diretso na tayo?
Diretso na tayo, sir.
Okay,
ang galing ng student na yan. Mag-isa lang pala siya.
Kaya nga napaka Okay?
Galing.
Immersion na lang. Kulang mo, Kathleen, ha? Immersion na lang. Pero, immersion
Bigyan na ng yan, diploma. Bigyan na ng diploma yan.
Social work pa ang minor mo, Kathleen? Social work, yung minor mo?
I know.
Yes,
Dahil senior high po ako, po talaga ako, students, humanities and social sciences.
Kaya
from what school, darling?
Napakaganda
So,
na.
sa ano lang po, Manila din, Manuel A. Rojas High School po.
Oh, very good,
Kaya
very
pala
good.
kaya pala may background ka pala nito. Okay, good job, good job. Okay. Sige, let us proceed. The next paper is again. Okay, good job. Uh, one author. Okay. His paper is entitled "Teenage Pregnancy Study in the Philippines." Please welcome Mr. Not Mr. No, kasi akala ko Mr. Miss Shanaya May Rafon. Miss Shanaya, the virtual floor is yours. Yes. Nasa akin yung ano? Miss Rafon, nasa akin
Nasa
yung
akin po,
video.
sir. Magtatagan po ko ng PPT.
Sige, sige. Go ahead. Okay lang.
Good morning, everyone. My topic for today is about teenage pregnancy in the Philippines. For the introduction, according to the Philippine National Statistics Agency, the Philippines teenage pregnancy rate rose by 60%, and it's really disturbing. Teenage pregnancy frequently happens between the ages of 15 to 19 years old, and girls also study often at this age. Girls typically have to leave their education in early pregnancies to give birth or raise their child. In particular, in a Catholic school like St. Vincent College, girls who become pregnant are excluded from school because it goes against the school's moral teachings, thus delaying the possibility of obtaining a degree that will help them care for their child. Training is a lower priority. A student mother's life is not that easy for them to juggle their time between attending their studies, meeting their demands, taking care of their child, and taking care of the home. They become their child's main caregiver for their child's well-being. Some of these college mothers often work part-time to assist with the financial pressure of both working and studying. For the statement of the problem, this study aims to understand how student mothers cope with their situation towards their studies and as well as child well-being. More specifically, what are the problems they have encountered in studying while nurturing their child at home. The study also seeks to find a coping strategy used by student mothers in their circumstances. With this in mind, the purpose of the study is to help the readers understand the endeavors experienced by student mothers. The research will ask the following: what are the experiences of a student mother? What are the coping strategies used by student mothers? What are the learnings of student mothers from their situation, and what has helped them most in their situation? The study covered three student mothers of St. Vincent College Higher Education Department enrolled in second semester of 2020 to 2021. The study was mainly focused on the student mother challenges, coping strategies, and realizations. These student mothers were classified as students of St. Vincent College that have a child under 7 years old of age. The significance of the study is that the result of the study will then be beneficial to the following persons and institutions. For student mothers, they could gain insights about their situation and be aware of their responsibilities as both parent and students. For students, they will gain deeper understanding about the reality of student mothers, and most importantly, for them to learn about the experiences of student mothers. For the researchers, they will broaden their knowledge about the experiences of student mothers in a college. While guidance counselors, the findings and observations will provide them relevant data that can be utilized in their counseling interventions. And lastly, for the administrations and faculty, this will provide them information to promote and enhance understanding and support the program concerning student mothers to help them cope in their situation. In this study, a qualitative exploratory design was used, allowing the researchers to get an in-depth understanding of the social educational problems faced by the student mothers. Qualitative research has the advantage of uncovering the life experiences of individuals by enabling them to interpret and attribute meaning to their experiences and in the process construct their work. The research respondents are St. Vincent College student mothers in the second semester of school year about 2020 to 2021. At St. Vincent College, there were a total of 3 single mothers named who volunteered and given time to participate in this research. The key method used to obtain information was in the form of one-on-one interview with the respondents. The interview focused on the struggles of student mothers, coping mechanisms, and realizations. The data gathering procedure prior to the collection of results, the researcher prepared an informed letter of consent to be sent to the study respondents, where voluntary involvement in the letter of consent was strongly emphasized. The data collection process was carried out in the form of one-on-one interview, which written notes were made or through online chatting. The interviews feed promptly so for her, she stated that she needs to wake up early to prepare for him. Others, for Ion, she coped by focusing on schoolwork and house chores separately. Another coping, being positive and being optimistic and going with the flow. As for Diane, her coping is working hard and praying. And for Tepa, she copes by not getting stressed, being optimistic, and being welcomed by her child at home. The factors that help them, for Ion, her biggest factor that helped her cope being a student mother is her boyfriend. For Diane, is being accepted by her family and friends. And for Tepa, she views her mother as the biggest factor that has helped her. For the learnings of student mothers, for Ion, she has learned that being a student mother is not easy but challenging. She also learned that as a mother, she needs to learn to set her priorities, and she learned that one should grab the opportunity to learn and study while still single.
Shania, excuse me. Shania.
And achieve your goals despite having.
Shania, excuse me. Shania, can you hear me?
Sir? Yes, sir.
Nawala yung PowerPoint presentation mo.
Ay, ngayon lang po, sir. Wait lang po.
Pakibalik lang.
Okay po.
Sige, sige.
Saan po banda, sir, nawala? Sorry po.
Yung pag-present mo about Ion, Tepa, yon.
Okay po. Okay na po.
Nakita na.
Ito po yung mga respondents, yung 3 respondents po na nakausap. Ito po yung experiences of student mothers. For Ion, her experiences are it's tiring, struggling with subject, concentrations, especially when at home and doing her homework and time management. And for Diane, her experience and struggle is that she struggles to manage her time between schooling, the child and for herself. For Tepa, time management is the most difficult part for her. She stated that she needs to wake up early and prepare for his son. These are the coping strategies of student mothers. For Ayan, she copes by focusing on schoolworks and household chores. Separately, another coping is that thinking positive and being optimistic is and going with the flow. For Diane, her coping is working hard and praying. For Tepa, she copes by not getting stressed and being optimistic and being welcomed by her child at home. And these are the factors that help them. For Ion, her biggest factor that helped her cope being a student mother is her boyfriend. For Diane, being accepted by her family and friends. And for Tepa, her mother as the biggest factor that has helped her. This is the learnings of student mothers. For Ion, she has learned that being a student mother is not easy but challenging. She also learned that as a mother, she needs to learn to set her priorities, and she learned that one should grab the opportunity to learn and study while still single. For Diane, learned that one should not be careless in choosing partners and achieve your goals despite having a child. And Tepa learned that you should not panic and should be knowledgeable of the consequences of your actions. So, time management is seen as the common obstacle for these students because the life doubles lives as a mother and as a student. They struggle to split their time to accommodate all their responsibilities. This is supported by Graham work. Student mothers greatly depend on time management. For coping, the respondents commonly rely on being positive and not being stressed about their situation. As for the factors, they consider that greatly helped them cope. The common factor was the help of family members and husband or boyfriend. This is supported by the works of Kidwell, Thompson, and Okeo that it lessens the burden on the student mother if there are people around her who can help in caring for the child. This is evident as stated by Ayon that when she has things she needs to do at home, her boyfriend is the one who takes care of the child. And as for Tepa, she stated that her mother has helped her both financially and caring for the child at home. The most common learnings of the student mothers is that one should not be rash and should know the consequences of their actions. And for the conclusion, time management is the biggest obstacle of being a student mother as you need to divide your time between school and caring for the child. As for the coping strategy, it is seen that having a positive outlook is effective in handling different situations as a student mother. Thank you po. Yun lang po siya. Tapos na po.
Okay, thank you so much for the nice paper presentation, Miss Shania. The paper entitled Teenage Pregnancy in the Philippines. Okay, let us proceed now to the comments of our panels. Let us start with Ma'am Nadine. Ma'am Nadine, you have 5 minutes.
Po, sorry. Hello, naririnig, ma'am, narinig po ba? Sorry.
Hindi naman, okay lang.
Okay, sige. Si Shania, no, tama ba? Dear, ang pangalan mo ay Shania? Shania.
Opo, yes po.
Okay. Hello. Good morning. Okay, the paper is nice, pero what I'm wondering lang is, parang, I don't know how to put into words na parang, hindi pa ba ito na research dati? I mean, what is very new about the topic? Ano yung gusto mong i-highlight dito na bago niyo? Paano ba? Ano yung sobrang kakaiba na identify mo dun sa course?
Nag-focus po kasi ako sa time na may yung pag na po sila habang ko-continue po ng studies and yung ano po nila dinidivide yung
Sorry dear, pwede bang paulit kasi medyo nagputol-putol ka doon?
Ma'am, again po na wawala po yung connection.
Okay,
Paulit po
ayan,
ng tanong.
naririnig mo na?
Opo,
Okay.
opo.
So, my question kasi is, student mothers kasi, and of course, yung early pregnancy, yan ay mga research topic na hindi na naman bago sa tenga natin, no? So, I am asking lang, kung ano yung kakaiba na na-highlight mo dun sa research mo na pwede nating dun i-center yung focus dun sa kakaibang nakita mo during the course of your research. May mga items ka ba o may mga natanong ka ba sa kanila na parang ay alam mo kakaiba itong situation nitong mga mother na ito kasi ganito kasi ganyan?
Okay po. Siguro po yung dahil po online schooling na po ngayon, kasi hindi ko po siya nalagay sa paper, pero siguro po yung dahil yung mga tinanong ko po sa kanila nung pag pumapasok pa po talaga sila sa school, yung siguro po yung difference pag like homeschooling na po talaga lahat.
Okay, in that sense, it can be a very new topic pero kailangan mong i-highlight 'yon na online schooling itong hinahanap mong experience nila at hindi yung regular na schooling. Tapos pwede mong i-highlight din sa paper mo na instead of the normal, the regular na face-to-face classes, may mga bagong challenges na fini-face itong mga student mother. Nagigets mo din? Para bago at kakaiba naman
Yes,
yung labas
po.
mo. Yun lang naman ang comment ko so far. Para lang mas maging, kumbaga, mas groundbreaking, ganon ang dating niya na parang kapag nakita ng mga tao, hindi na parang, alam ko na yan, nagigets mo dear, para alam naman nila na, through the online learning, meron silang mga bagong challenges na face at ito yung mga challenges na yan, ganyan, o, diba?
Okay po.
Yun lang naman po, okay na po ako, sir.
Thank you, Ma'am Nadine, for a very nice comment and observation to the paper of Shania. Sir Dom?
I will agree with Ma'am Nadine kasi yung topic na yun is already been discussed many times, diba? So, yung mga new, mga na-question mo, ang pinakabata sa'yo, ilang taon yun? 17 ba? Ilan taon?
18 po.
Ilan?
18 daw.
18.
18 po.
Kasi marami ngayon, meron na hanggang 12 years old. Is already a mother.
Estudyante yun, sir.
Estudyante yun.
Hindi out of school youth.
Hindi. Estudyante yun. So, he's really, trying her best to really how to continue, continue studying and really able to manage her child na ganon. Kasi 18 years old, pa yun medyo hindi nakakaiba. Yun ang sinasabi nga ni Ma'am Nadine. So it's really about yung focusing on time management, mga intention and paano yung support niyan. Is it really separated ba sila na separated ba siya sa husband o with the husband, makasal ba o hindi, yung ganun ba, that makes it more comprehensive on the experience of the teenager who is really already having a child. Na kasi parang question mark na nabanggit ba yun talaga yung mga babae na yan na mayroong husband o wala? Sa nakatira sa bahay ng pamilya o na magulang o nasa tiya niya o nasa lola?
May boyfriend. Yung tatlong, yun naman po sila. With their boyfriends pa rin. Pero separate po yung tinitirahan.
Lahat sila separate, living independently. O baka nasa boyfriend, pero nasa magulang ng boyfriend. o nasa lolo o nasa lola.
Nasa family lang ba ng ano, ng babae? Sila nakatira?
Yes po. Yes po.
Sa family lang.
Family lahat. So, ano yung mga reaction ng mga magulang? How this the
Mm,
parents accepting the situation of their daughter having already a child?
fortunately po, patuloy pa rin po silang pinag-aaral. Pero syempre po, as parents, disappointed at first. Pero syempre po, bilang anak pa rin sila, sinuportahan pa rin naman po sila.
So,
Pinakontinue pa rin po sila mag-aral. Hanggang ngayon, nag-online schooling.
so what is the experience of the child? Is it nagiging nagger ba ang parents nila? Mga ganun ba? What is his how is he able to take it? How she is able to relate yet with the parents? So what is the reaction of the parents and how she is being treated as strict ba o what? Yung mga ganun bagay. Because we wanted to really to get to know what is happening with the girl, with the world is living now. And with her world is included her parents, in the extended family and so on and so forth, and how they are being looked upon, especially how is the neighbors or the other relatives are reacting to such kind of a situation. Which you're saying hindi pa kasal yan sa parents. Nakasama na ang boyfriend hindi pa sila kasal.
Shania.
Shania. Are they married already? Legally?
Hindi pa po.
O yung mga ganon. So what is the reaction of the people surrounding them? Family, extended friends, relatives. Because it would add to the emotional state and of the mother, yung teenage mother. So ayun ang inaano ko kasi focusing on the one person only, especially the mother, teenage mother, we can understand all the more her situation regarding and the people around her supporting her or relating to her positively or negatively, so that we people who will able to read your research will able to have a comprehensive picture of the situation of of the teenage mother, because whatever the situation of the mother, the teenage mother, will also affect the the child. Okay, the
Okay po.
psychological development of the child. Ganyan. And for sure, Sayanaan, what's the
Shania.
name?
Shania.
Was you're always very happy, no? Kasi lagi kang masaya na eh. So, so ano yun? Yun lang ang idagdag mo siguro. Yung, what is the,
Okay po.
or the people, the around her, yung situation nila, how she's relating to her, how she is responding to them, and how she's able to handle this kind of yung mga sinabi natin mga pressure and support that's happening within her her family and relatives and people around her. Yun lamang. So
Okay.
kasi nga yung
Sige po, sir. Thank you po.
to make it give more information to to the student to understand more those students who are already mothers. Okay, so to be able to
Okay po.
more maturely relate with them, what is the more responsible way to relate with them by knowing further their situation. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you so much, Sir Dom, for the nice comment about the situation about student mothers, and also to the papers that is being presented by Shanaya. Okay, Shanaya, meron lang akong konting katanungan, no? Kasi nung binanggit mo yung paper mo, teenage pregnancy in the Philippines, is tama yung sinabi ni Ma'am Nadine na talagang marami ng mga nagsulat about teenage pregnancy in the Philippines. Pero nung binanggit mo yung kaso na may estudyante na nabuntis at pinaalis ng eskwelahan because of hindi ito nag-follow na or naka-violate ito sa moral standard ng eskwelahan, umano kagad yung tenga ko, sabi ko, baka ito yung focus mo, yung kaso, kasi wala pang nag-focus dito actually na yung ano ba, yung moral ba talaga or immoral yung pagpapaalis ng estudyante na nabuntis kasi hindi sumang-ayon doon sa standard ng eskwelahan. Okay? Kaso lang, pagdating sa gitna, nawala siya. Kaya hinanap ko talaga siya. Kaya na-imagine ko tuloy, Shanaya, na-imagine ko yung ganitong senaryo na parabang naglalakad ka, tapos nakita mo yung kaibigan mo. Okay? Ito yung si teenage pregnancy. Nakita mo si teenage pregnancy kaibigan mo, kinausap mo, saya-saya mo, no? Tapos dumaan yung isa mong kaibigan, palagay na lang natin si student mother, okay? At sabi mo kay kaibigan teenage pregnancy, ay sandali lang ha, kausapin ko siya, babalikan kita, no? Kinausap mo ngayon si kaibigan mo student mother. Ang problema, hindi ka na bumalik kay teenage pregnancy. Nandoon ka na naguyo ka na doon sa pagkipag-usap kay kay student mother, okay? At hindi ka na bumalik talaga doon kay teenage pregnancy. Parang ganun ang nagiging senaryo, no? So, parang sa gitna naputol ito, kaya hinahanap ko talaga siya. Kaya gusto kong tanungin ikaw ngayon, ano ba yung hypothesis mo? Ano yung hypothesis mo? Shanaya, can you still hear me?
Yes, sir. Siguro po magfo-focus na lang po ako sa kung ano po yung difference sa mga student mothers po pag nag-online school sila and pag face-to-face po.
Okay, good yung point ni Ma'am Nadine, no? Na talagang i-ano mo siya, i-consider mo talaga siya. Kasi yung title pa lang ng paper mo, Teenage Pregnancy in the Philippines, is hindi na umakma sa content mo, no? Talagang hindi na siya, wala na sa doon sa teenage pregnancy kasi student mothers na yung na-focus mo. Okay? Ang nasa isip kong dati, sabi ko kakaiba to kung tinuloy mo lang yun kasi napaka-interesting yun, Shanaya, no? Yung teenage na pregnant student siya tapos pinaalis ng school. Kung nagawan mo lang yun ng paraan na talagang dineretso mo siya, hindi mo nakita si kaibigang student mother, nag-dwell ka lang doon, napakaganda yun kasi pwede mo ngayon i-question, una is moral ba talaga na paalisin ka ng school kung kailan ka nabuntis as student? Yun ba yung o nga, sige, nakagawa ka ng masama kasi sex is only for married couple, nagkamali ka na, pero on the part of the school, kaya parang may suntok ito sa school kasi on the part of the school, is it also moral for the school to abandon the student just because the student transgresses the moral standard of the school? Hindi ba dapat instead na paalisin ay dapat mas kupkupin ito at magkakaroon ng special program for student who are already mothers or who are not mothers but who are pregnant? Yung ganun na tipo ba na yung may programa dapat ang school sa ganon. Yun kaso napaka-interesting yun. Kung doon tayo sa question ni Ma'am Nadine, kung may kakaiba kasi yung teenage pregnancy in the Philippines, hindi na talaga kakaiba yun. Kung yun ang na-focus mo, talagang kakaiba yun because nobody has done that kind of topic for research. Okay. Dito naman tayo sa pag-dwell mo ngayon, okay, sa student mother. Maganda na yung umpisa mo kasi qualitative talaga siya, tapos is case study, no? Case study. Tapos 3 ang kinuha mo. Kaya nga kanina is gusto ko sanang itanong bakit St. Vincent na students ang kinuha mo, hindi CU. Meron namang mga student mothers din sa CU. Pero anyway, it is not already significant kasi pag sinabi mong case study, pwede ka naman talaga mamili nun kasi case study nga yun. Okay. Ang ano ko lang kung bakit gusto kong malaman yung hypothesis mo kasi doon sa conclusion mo, nagdwell ka sa time management. Okay? Yung conclusion mo at saka hypothesis dapat magkaroon ng connect iyon, no? Hindi pwedeng yung conclusion mo ay binabaliwala kung ano yung hypothesis mo. Kaya suggestion ko is make your hypothesis concrete. Tapos pangalawa na kailangan mong gawin dito is revise your title kasi hindi na sa susut doon sa takbo ng term paper mo, no? Yung takbo ng term paper mo, yung teenage pregnancy lang is actually a jump start for you to tackle about student motherhood. Okay? Ito yung nangyari sa paper mo. Kaya siguro palitan mo na lang siguro yung ano mo, baka anuhin mo ng about online class experience of student mothers. Okay? Tapos ibanggit mo na rin, i-narrow down mo na lang yung scope and limitation niya kasi St. Vincent naman to, baka sabihin mo na lang of online experiences na or student motherhood during student motherhood having online classes during the pandemic. Mas akma pa yun kaysa teenage pregnancy in the Philippines. Tapos makita mo na very specific na yun kasi tatlo ang kinuha mo, very specific na yun. Student motherhood, okay, with online classes during the pandemic. Okay, pwede mo nang iano yun, tapos ayusin mo yung hypothesis mo, yung kung pwede kang mag-null at saka alternative, gawin mo yun, tapos i-align mo doon yung conclusion mo. Okay? Actually, konti lang ang i-revise mo para dito. Student motherhood. Mag-dwell ka na sa student motherhood. Okay? Tanggalin mo na yung title mo na teenage pregnancy in the Philippines. Wala na talaga yon. Hindi mo na makikita dito sa, shall we say, sa paper mo. Kasi hindi naman pregnant ang pinag-usapan mo, kundi pagiging mother talaga. Okay, Shania?
Okay po, sir. Thank you po.
So, you have until Monday to submit your revised paper. Konti lang to, konti lang. Title, tapos yung hypothesis niya, null and shall we say, alternative. Tapos, i-align mo doon sa conclusion mo. Yung conclusion mo, wag mo nang palitan, okay na yun. I-align mo na lang yung hypothesis doon. Okay na yun. Okay? So, yun lang. Hypothesis, tapos yung title, no? Yung title. Online, okay? Student motherhood or student mothers taking online classes during the pandemic. Pwede na yun. Pwede na yun. Okay? This is it will appear now as a new kind of study. Okay? Parang tiningnan mo, kumusta yung mga student mothers na ngayon ay pandemic at may online classes? May answer ka na kaagad. Ito na yun. Okay? Shania?
Okay po.
Okay, thank
Sige
you
po,
so
sir.
much.
Thank you
Okay,
po.
very good. This is a good paper. Just take into heart the recommendations coming from the panel. Okay? Okay, thank you so much. Let us move now to the last but not the least of the presenters for day one of this mini conference. Let us hear from the group of Christine Ann Acorda, Elaine Fonsi Bustamante, Kathrina Cagiyat, Alyssa Marie Laroya, Raymark Magleo, and Adela Bea Rule to present her paper entitled Poverty as a Social Determinant of Health. Presenters, the virtual floor is yours.
Good morning, professors. We are here to present about poverty as a social determinant of health. Introduction. Poverty is a state or condition where an individual or local area comes up short on the monetary assets and the basics of life. Poverty implies that the pay level for work is low to the point that fundamental human requirements cannot be met. Poverty is rampant in the Philippines and it is one of the obstacles to economic and social development. Lack of food, water, shelter, and lack of health care can put people's health at risk. Poor health increases poverty and makes it difficult to earn money. Some population groups living in destitution may have more negative well-being results than the others.
Walang volume, sir.
Hello. Review of related literature. The extreme effects of poverty in the Philippines. The Philippines is a country located in Southeast Asia and is comprised of more than 7,000 islands. Poverty has proven to be one of the most significant challenges facing this country and its citizens. Filipinos are having a hard time surviving in such difficult conditions, and more are falling into extreme poverty. Hunger is one of the extreme effects of poverty in the Philippines. According to Sirigliano, 2021, addressing economic instability and ultimately poverty as social determinant of health is essential in driving positive patient outcomes. Truly, poverty is not just a matter of receiving an income that does not support the needs of an individual and or his family. Poverty can also be reflected in his poor health outcomes and economic stability in healthcare. With that in mind, recognizing poverty as a legitimate determinant of health is essential in crafting policies and creating programs that will cater to the needs of the individuals included in the low socioeconomic class. Recognizing poverty as such will help not only the health sector, but also the policymakers and government leaders in improving the quality of life of their constituents. Methodology. Research design. In this study, the researchers conducted a qualitative research study. This approach aims to determine non-numerical data. This research can be utilized to see how an individual subjectively distinguish their social reality. Qualitative approach is composed and various procedure can be used to make sense of the data. It relies on the data obtained by the researchers from observations, focus group discussion, and documents. Data gathering. The researchers didn't do a survey, but instead they focused on obtaining data through interviews from articles, reviews of previous literature, used internet platforms, and search keywords such as poverty, health, and determinants. Observations, focus group discussion, and content analysis. In using this method, the researchers will be able to know the different variables and effects of poverty on one's health.
Discussion. The researchers intend to know what variables of poverty determinate one's well-being, and the purpose of this study is to validate what are the main reasons of poverty that affects the health of poor people. Through this validation, it will expand the understanding of the researchers as well as the beneficiaries of this research. This study will improve the planning, decision making, and carrying out of upcoming programs, as well as policies intended for the poor people. Based on the gathered data, unemployment is one of the reasons why people experience poverty and leads to having infectious disease. If one individual doesn't have a source of income and the family depends on him/her, it results to lack of food to eat, not having enough and clean water, and living in a risky area. These variables are the basic needs of every humankind, and lacking on one of these can affect your health.
For the results, based on the data gathered by the researchers, results showed that for some individuals, poverty limits the resources that are used to avoid risk and adopt healthy behaviors. On the contrary, poverty affects health by limiting access to adequate nutrition, housing, safe neighborhoods, work, clean air and water, public services, and other elements that define an individual's standard of living. Violence is widespread where poverty exists. From 2008 to 2013, people who at the households or below the poverty level had more than double the rate of violent victimization of individuals in high-income households. This was a survey that is proven by the National Crime Victimization Survey, where it is found out that violence are rampant in poverty-stricken areas compared to well-developed communities. The researchers have drawn into conclusion that the study showed that environment, lack of food, shelter, unemployment, and absence of healthcare are the main causes of poverty.
Conclusion. The researchers conclude that this collection of related literature proves that poverty has become a great issue for the whole world. For some reasons, poverty comes from the history, national debts, social inequality, and vulnerability to natural disaster. Some definition of poverty is like having a little money and the inability to pay for basic necessities such as food and shelter. Most gathered data shows that there are many effects of poverty, such as one of the most significant challenges this country and the citizens are facing, because many are having a hard time surviving in such a difficult condition like hunger. Disease can also be a factor because poverty can also be another word for increased exposure to infectious disease and much poorer health. It is true that a wealthy nation is a healthy nation.
Okay, thank you so much for the nice presentation about poverty in relation to health. Let us have now our um, questions or comments coming from our panelists. First, from Stridom.
Good morning. Ay, good afternoon na
Good
pala, lunch
afternoon.
na. Lunch
Magpapalunch na
time.
sana ako sa inyo kaso lang hindi face to face. Bawi na lang ako
Yan.
pag face to face.
Send
Oo.
ka lang ng address, sir.
Mahirap
Pag
kasi
grab,
i-deliver nasa Pangasinan si sir eh.
Pag
mapapanis
na lang,
kasi ma'am eh pag ipa-deliver.
pag-grab na lang to, sir. Food panda. Ganun.
Basta pag face to face na tayo, magpapakain ka pa
Oh,
ni
sige.
Sir Ron.
Uh,
Now, I just came from the hospital in Makati Med. You know, just in 6 days, the bill is already 260,000 pesos. Okay? At mahirap talaga for an ordinary person who has no income that really they have that not so high or minimum wage. It's very impossible that they will go to a hospital that somehow assured that services, but the payment is really great. If we go to the public hospital, yes, they will give you free services, but you have to wait. Not for an hour, not for an hour, but they will just go attend to you if you are already in the critical stage or you're going to die already. Because I have witnessed that in PGH. I took some worker there to have a to be checked up. We waited there for several times, and we have no seats, we have no bed, there's no wheelchair. We sat on the floor, we stood, and I was asking the nurses if there's possible for one of the employee, one of our employee to have a room, and she said yes, sir, but you have to wait for 1 week or two to have a vacant slot. Sabi ko, ano ba yan? So that's the reality of our situation of the medical ano facilities and the medical institution that
services.
we have. And even in the clinics in the different barangays, yes, you can see some health workers there, but they cannot give you enough especially medicine, and they have a minimum supply. So as you have really reported, that's have been the problem, poverty. So that's why they opted to an alternative medicine, herbal. So what they hear is much hilot and so on and so forth, albularia. So it's really a existing problem. Now, having those existing problem, what is your recommendation somehow to augment or to have a proper response to solve this problem? Do you have a recommendation concerning that that is really tangible? And somehow, especially some of you are involved in the medical profession or medical pursue of your course. What is a tangible, measurable, that is really that is really reachable solution that can be provided? Can you have that uh, able to have that envision such answers to this problem? Anyone?
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So yung tinatanong niyo po is kung meron po kaming recommendation.
Hmm.
One of my one of our articles po, sir, eto po, yung kay Sirigliano, parang meron pong, as mentioned by Sirigliano 2021, there are 10 plan or follow to improve patient outcomes, especially for those who are living in poverty. Hello po?
Yes, I'm listening.
Meron pong 10 plans. Like for example, yung first one po is make social determinant of health measures a foundational element in addressing community health problems and inequities. Second is include community level determinants of health in investigation and policies and practices related to other sectors supporting those efforts. So, parang meron pong mga, dapat pong mag-provide ng mga programs or outreach para po ma-address yung ano po, yung health outcomes at diseases conditions po sa of an individual or yung nararanasan po ng poverty ngayon.
That's already being practiced by some NGOs. So what more rather than that? Kasi we have already a lot of NGOs already participating in that kind of venture. Okay? So, yun lang bang ano, in your own unique way, in your own unique time, sa inyo, as a student now, paano? Ano pa may bibigay ninyo?
Sir?
Yes.
Ito pong research na to, pwede niya pong masupport yung organizations po na nagpo-provide ng assistance po for those who are in need po to gain access to a wider range of resources po.
Okay. So it seems that ano your answers always want this resource, but it's not really within your own ano yung own capability to ano to provide. So okay naman. Inaano ko lang naman sa inyo, what is your moral obligation as of now, getting to know that there's really a scarcity or there's really a problem concerning with the health response of our here in our country. So yun lang inaano ko sa inyo. Kasi nga as an individual, you are to be responsible is to respond properly to the situation that is happening. So yun. So I'm just asking now, what can you have ano yung able to provide? Ganun. So you're limited to what you have already given sa sarili mong recommendation ng ganyan. So it's okay. Ang akin lang naman what's more that you can do immediately. You know?
Sir.
Thank you.
Yes, Eliza, you are opening your mic.
Sir, sasagot pa po sana.
Sige, go ahead.
Kasi po sa ngayon, student pa lang po kami. Siguro para sa amin, ang pinakamadaling way para makatulong kami is to educate others about poverty po. Parang sharing knowledge po para little steps para makapag-develop ng para sa health tsaka sa education sectors para ma-inform yung iba na may nangyayaring poverty tapos hindi natatapos yung problemang yun. Parang ganun lang. Ganun pa lang po sa ngayon.
Okay, kasi nga kung tutusin, just look around and you already know that there's already poverty. Yung awareness pa lang siguro kulang sinasabi niya. So educating them that there's poverty, there's lack of response to the needs of the some of our or many of our brethren or many of the people here in our surrounding. Siguro yun yung acceptance and yung awareness and acceptance that we really needed to respond to the problem experienced by many. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sir Dom, and thank you for the answers also that you have provided, members of the group to the inquiry of Sir Dom. Ma'am Nadine?
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good
Okay.
afternoon, ma'am.
Hello po. Sige, ako kasi, personally, poverty kasi is what we call, from a sociological standpoint, we cannot ever get rid of poverty. So, it is what we call a social fact, kumbaga. So, if your aim is to remove poverty, then hindi siya, nagigets niyo ako, like, medyo unreachable yung aim. Pero, what I can suggest though is, another thing is, di ba ang poverty, hindi naman na din yan super bago. Alam naman na we are all just one hospitalization away nga from poverty. Kagaya nga ng sinabi ni Sir Dom, ilang araw ka lang, maghihirap ka na, yung gano'n. So, it is, from what I can suggest is, pwede nyong how do I say this? Parang i-twist siya. So, it can lean towards, yung health concerns ng, paano ba? Yung health problems na na health something, paano ko, ang hirap i-put into words, sandali. Paano ba? Yung threat sa health ng associated with poverty, especially during this pandemic na lang. If kasi that will make it more novel, so to say. Kasi the things that you're saying, health and poverty, they are already known to be very related. If you would like to add to that some moral value that can be in kumbaga parallel to the objectives of the subject and objectives of the research itself, pwede nating ipasok yung yung moral implications nung ikaw mismo magkasakit ka pero you know that you cannot afford the hospital. Kumbaga, socially may moral implication ba yun na parang lalabas ka pa? Nagigets niyo ako, dears? Na hindi ka magpa-hospitalize, may moral implications ba yun? Or say for example, nurses na yung mga hospitals na nagta-turn away ng mga walang pambayad, especially through in the time of the pandemic. Nagigets niyo, dears? Para lang maging mas novel siya. Crew. Wala akong sound effects, Mr. Dong. Crew.
Yes, Bea, you are opening your mic. Do you want to answer to Ma'am Nadine's comment?
Hello, Bea.
Hindi po, sir. Thank you lang po.
Nagiget niyo ba yung point ko, mga darling? Para lang maging mas, kumbaga, wow, special, ganon. Parang regular siopaw siya ngayon. Kailangan siya maging special siopaw. Nagugutom na po ako, sorry.
Bawi ako sa face to face, ha.
Siopaw na po yung example ko, sorry.
Siopaw lang hinihingi mo, grabe ka naman. Akong bahala sa palabok.
Mga researchers, gets nyo ba ako? Or hindi ko masyadong na-explain yung sarili ko?
Yes po.
Gets nyo naman, dear? Okay, sige. Yun lang naman ang comment ko. Just to make it more, kumbaga, more interesting, more special show power. Ganon. Yun lang.
Thank you po.
Thank you, Ma'am Nadine. Okay, researchers, tama yung sinabi ni Sir Dom, yung ano ba na ano ba talaga yung responsibility natin bilang maybe yung pagiging estudyante ng CEU na nakita natin na may problema talaga ang poverty in relation to health, no? Sabi niya kanina na estudyante pa lang kayo, sa ngayon yun lang ang i-provide nyo. That is for shall we say parang ano lang for affiliation, pero as a person belonging to CEU with the motto Scientia e Virtud, ano ba yung responsibility ko while looking at the picture of poverty? Okay? Baka naman pwedeng may immediate at meron ding midget, no? Okay? May immediate at saka may long term na pwedeng magawa. Okay? Yun ang gustong iparating ni Sir Dom, na para bang pag nakakita ka ng bata na sobrang umiiyak na dahil sa gutom, uh, you cannot actually go to an organization and say, can we have an affiliation with you at pakitingnan yung bata dito na nakita ko nagugutom. But it is a personal call. What must be your response to that concrete situation wherein poverty is actually there right then and in front of you, no? So yun. From the point naman ni Ma'am Nadine, gusto ko lang kasinding makita ito, no? Yung yun bang kasi yung poverty in relation to health at yung yung title pa is poverty as a social determinant to health. Tama, regular na ito, hindi na ito bago. Pero kung talagang gusto nyong magiging maganda ito, tingnan nyo yung panahon ng pandemic, paano nagiging dominant ngayon, okay, nagiging distinct yung pagiging poor kung mapupunta sa isang hospital during pandemic. Yun bang amoy mo pa lang na mahirap ka, medyo tinatalikuran ka na ng mga personal ng hospital na parang ayaw kang tanggapin. Ito yung katotohanan ngayon, no? Kung yun ang kinuha nyo kaagad, is talagang there is a wow factor there, no? Na makita mo, nga pala, nangyayari pala na yung poverty dati na parang parang case to case basis lang, ngayon is nagiging talamak siya. Okay? Kaya nga gusto kong baguhin nyo yung title ninyo kasi unang-una ang ginawa nyo is poverty as a social determinant to health. When we use the term determinant, is parang hindi mangyayari ang isang bagay without the first one causing it. Kaya determinant siya. So para bang hindi mangyayari na may health kung walang poverty. Poverty as a determining factor, as a determinant to health. Baka mali kayo ng paggamit ng term, baka ang gusto nyong iparating is a detriment or detrimental to health. Magkaiba yung determinant at saka detrimental. Alin ba doon ang gusto nyong iparating? Poverty as a social determinant to health or poverty as a social detriment or detrimental to health?
Detriment.
Okay, paki-change na lang 'yon, no? Kasi yung research naman ninyo na qualitative is nag-gear towards sa pagiging detrimental nga ng poverty to health, na para bang if you are belonging to the poor class of people, parang it is impossible for you to become healthy. In that case, detrimental yung poverty to health. Okay? Para blown up itong pagiging detrimental ng poverty sa health, kumuha kayo ng kaso na kung saan poor siya, hindi siya tinatanggap sa mga healthcare facilities. Kumuha kayo ng ganun. Konting insert lang yun sa paper ninyo. Okay? Talagang magiging kakaiba yung papel niya, no? Yung papel niyo. Kaya nga yung pa lang, yung title pa lang is dapat para bang para ba pag gutom na gutom ka, no? Nakita mo yung title, oo. Nakita mo yung title, para bang title pa lang ulam na, no? Yung ganon, na para bang nakita mo yung title, alam mo na kung anong nandito sa content mo, no? So kita mo lang title, alam mo na. Kaso lang nung nakita ko yung title at narinig ko yung paliwanag nyo, medyo may disconnect, okay? Kaya gawin yung kakaiba. Kung ito ay detrimental, ilagay, panindigan nyo na detrimental at saka stick to that kung detrimental siya. Tapos gumawa kayo ng isang kaso na ito, detrimental ito kasi ito yung ginawa, no? May nangyari ito. Lagyan nyo, representative ng Luzon, representative of Visayas, representative of Mindanao. Nangyayari ba ito? Okay? Kasi kung nangyari ito sa 3 regions na to, nangyayari ito sa Pilipinas. Okay? At talagang napakaganda. This kind of paper, once you will make this a full-blown paper. This can be presented in any kind of conference, either locally or internationally. Napakaganda ito. Okay? And ngayon pa lang, though you will work for the revision up to Monday, ngayon pa lang i-congratulate ko na kayo, no? Napakaganda yung paper ninyo. Siguro yung constraint of time lang talaga ang kulang sa inyo, no? Nandito tayo sa kalagay na we have a constraint of time. Kung meron lang talagang sapat na time, kasi what is 3 weeks, no? What is 4 weeks? What is, okay? Baka nga 2 weeks nyo lang ginawa ito. Tama? Okay? Kaya hindi nyo na-explore yung ibang possibilities nito. Okay? And we are giving you now the possibilities that you have to put in your paper to make your paper concrete. Okay? And something that has that wow factor. Okay? Anything you want to add, researchers?
Okay na po, sir.
Okay.
None po, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Yung video presentation ninyo, kailangan ko pa rin yan kasi that is part of the final exam requirement. Okay? And you have to submit it. Hindi ko i-close yung link sa Google Drive up to Monday. Naka-up siya para anytime up to Monday of 11:59 p.m. is masubmit nyo. Yung mga pinapa-revise ko, katulad nung itong mga binanggit kanina, is i-pull out nyo na yung paper nyo sa Google Drive ko at saka yung video para palitan nyo ng bago. Ha? Kasi kung ano yung makikita ko doon, yun ang i-grade ko. Kung makita ko yung hindi nyo na pull out, disgrasya ang abutin doon. Okay? So i-pull out nyo na, tapos ibalik nyo by Monday. Okay?
Okay, sir. Thank you po.
Okay. Before we go, magbaba ako ng link mamaya for the recitation at saka isang question to serve as your attendance. But let me have this time to thank our amazing panelists, Ma'am Nadine Lichauco and Sir Dominic De Guzman. Maraming salamat po talaga sa inyo pagtulong sa klase ko. Okay, maraming salamat. Face to face na lang, bawi ako sa inyo. Okay? Malapit lang naman doon Starbucks, no? At saka Max. Kung may Max pa,
At akin yung palabok. Yung specialty ng Lasal. Ako malas sa palabok.
Move niyo pa sa akin yung food.
walang problema. Ipapadala ko sa Makati once na face to face na tayo. Pag hindi ka makabisit ng Manila.
Oo, ako magdadala.
Oo, malapit sa Makati yan.
Oo.
Delivery pa pala. Salamat.
Sige, class. Thank you so much, ha. Okay, ma'am, maraming salamat.
So much,
ibaba ko lang yung link, ha. Magbaba lang ako ng link.
Sir?
Yes, please.
Di pa po kami nagpe-present.
Di pa po kami nagpe-present.
Sir?
Nakasama kayo sa first day? Ang first day, meron pa tayong second day, meron pa tayo bukas. Hindi ko pa nalagay yung day 2 kasi hindi ko pa nakuha yung iba, 'di ba 9 AM lang to na-submit at yung deadline. From 9 AM, ito pa lang yung nakuha ko yung 4, kaya yun lang muna ang nilagay ko for the first day. Pero mamaya is or mamayang gabi makikita nyo may second day na to. Yes, Miss Casco.
Sir, yung sa akin po yung walang pangalan na hindi ko po nailagay, sorry.
Mag-adjust na lang
Yung
tayo
sa akin po,
final grade na lang tayo mag-adjust kasi nasubmit ko na siya. Ha? Mag-adjust na lang tayo doon sa i-credit ko na
Pero
lang
sir,
sa
yung
finals.
abortion po, yun po yung akin. Yung sa abortion po.
Ma-pull out mo pa ba? Hindi na. Kaya mo pang bang i-pull out para ilagay mo yung name?
Apo sir.
Sige.
Opo.
Para lagyan mo lang ng name, ha? Para hindi ako malito.
Okay po.
Sige. Baba ko lang yung niya, yung kanyang link at saka may para may attendance kayo ngayon. Okay. Ito yung link, ito yung question. Okay, yan lang. What particular issue that struck you most and what learning do you gain from this conference? This will be up to 11:59 p.m. today. Hindi ko sa ano yan. Hanggang 11:59 pwede kayo mag-submit. Okay?
Okay, sir. Thank you po.
Okay, welcome. Okay, napakaganda yung papers ninyo, no? For starters like you, beginners like you, napakaganda yung paper ninyo. Hanga ako sa paggawa nyo ng paper na ganun. Okay? Thank you so much and congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you po, sir.
Okay, sige. End ko na. See you tomorrow for the second day.
Okay po.
Thank you po, sir.
Okay,
God bless.
bye-bye. Bye-bye. Ingat kayo.
Bye-bye po.
And good luck to your examinations in your other subjects. Bye-bye. Ingat.